Have you ever looked at a reflection in a still pond, watching the ripples dance when a single leaf falls, and wondered who is truly looking back? There is a deep, quiet sense of belonging to a physical form, a name, a set of memories that we carry like a heavy backpack through the long winding road of life. We often feel that there is a solid center, a permanent pilot at the controls of our mind, someone who stays the same from the moment of birth until the final breath. Yet, when we sit quietly and observe the passing clouds, we might begin to notice that our thoughts, our feelings, and even our bodies are constantly shifting like the tides of the vast ocean. This feeling of being a separate, unchanging self is what we usually call the ego, or the big I, which often brings us so much pride, but also so much hidden pain. If we look closely at a beautiful flower, we see the petals, the stem, the fragrance, and the vibrant color, but if we take all those parts away, where is the flower itself? It exists only as a coming together of sunlight, rain, soil, and the hard work of a tiny seed, showing us that nothing exists entirely on its own. In the same way, what we call ourselves is actually a grand tapestry woven from countless threads of ancestors, food, air, and the kindness of every person we have ever met. There was once a young seeker named Anatta, not the famous disciple, but a wandering soul who felt burdened by his own reputation and his constant need to be recognized. He walked through a dense forest, carrying his achievements like gold coins in his pocket, fearing that if he lost them, he would become absolutely nothing. He came across an old sage sitting by a stream, who was simply watching the water flow over smooth gray stones without any desire to stop the current. The sage asked him why he looked so exhausted, and Anatta replied that he was tired of protecting his name, his status, and his very identity from the world. The old man smiled and picked up a handful of water, letting it trickle through his fingers back into the rushing stream, asking where that specific handful went. It was no longer a handful of water, it had returned to being the river, and in that moment, it lost its small name but gained the strength of the entire flow. This is the gentle secret of selflessness, which is not about disappearing into a void, but about realizing we are part of something much larger and more beautiful than a single drop. When we cling to the idea of a permanent self, we become like a person trying to grab a handful of smoke, ending up with empty hands and a frustrated heart. We think we are the anger we feel, the sadness that visits us, or the success we achieve, but these are just passing weather patterns in the wide sky of our consciousness. The sky does not get hurt by the lightning, nor does it get stained by the dark clouds, it simply allows everything to move through it with a quiet, spacious grace. If we can learn to be like that sky, we stop taking every little insult or failure so personally, because we understand that the person we think was insulted is just a collection of changing ideas. Consider the story of a master craftsman who spent his whole life building a magnificent wooden bridge, pouring his entire soul into every joint and every plank. One day, a great flood came and washed the bridge away, leaving only the muddy banks and the roaring sound of the angry, brown water. The villagers expected the craftsman to be heartbroken, to weep for the loss of his greatest work, yet they found him sitting peacefully under a tree. He explained that the bridge was never really his, it belonged to the wood, the nails, the river, and the people who walked across it every single day. Since he did not own the bridge in his heart, the flood could not wash away his peace, and he was free to start again or simply enjoy the sound of the rain. This freedom comes when we stop drawing a hard line between me and the rest of the world, realizing that the air we breathe out is the same air the trees breathe in. Our skin seems like a solid wall, but it is actually a busy doorway, letting in warmth, letting out sweat, and constantly renewing itself cell by cell every single minute. Scientists tell us that after 7 years, almost every cell in our body has been replaced, so the person who started this journey is physically not the same person sitting here now. Our thoughts are even more fleeting, jumping from a memory of childhood to a worry about tomorrow within the blink of a tired eye. If we are not our bodies, and we are not our changing thoughts, then who is this person that we defend so fiercely when someone speaks a harsh word? The Buddha once spoke about the 5 heaps that make up our experience, which are like 5 different rivers meeting in one place to create a swirling whirlpool. There is the form of our body, the feelings of pleasure or pain, the way we recognize things, our mental habits, and the basic spark of awareness. Each of these heaps is like a bubble on the surface of water, rising for a moment, shining with a rainbow of colors, and then popping back into the depths. If we try to find a permanent soul inside these bubbles, we will find only the moist air and the memory of a shape that is no longer there. There was a king in ancient times who was very proud of his golden throne, believing that it defined his power and made him who he was. He asked a wise monk to tell him the truth about the soul, and the monk asked the king to look at his royal chariot parked in the courtyard. The monk asked if the wheels were the chariot, and the king said no. Then he asked if the axle, the seat, or the pole was the chariot. The king realized that the word chariot is just a label we give to a specific arrangement of parts, and if we take the parts away, the chariot vanishes. We are just like that chariot, a wonderful, functioning, and precious combination of elements that works together to experience this life. Understanding this does not mean we don't exist, it just means we don't exist in the way we thought we did, as a lonely, isolated, and unchanging thing. This realization is like taking off a tight pair of shoes that we have worn for years, suddenly feeling the cool grass beneath our feet and the lightness of our step. When there is no rigid self to protect, we can finally love others without any hidden agendas, because we see that their joy is our joy, and their pain is our pain. We often spend so much energy trying to make ourselves look good, trying to be the smartest, the prettiest, or the most successful person in the crowded room. But if we realize that the self is just a convenient story we tell, we can start telling a much kinder, more inclusive story that helps everyone around us. Imagine a wave in the ocean that is terrified of crashing on the shore, thinking that when it hits the sand, its life will be over and it will be nothing. The wave does not realize that it is made of water, and while the shape of the wave might disappear, the water remains and simply returns to the vast blue sea. When we realize we are the water and not just the temporary wave, the fear of death and the anxiety of life begin to melt away like morning mist. There is a beautiful lightness in knowing that we don't have to carry the burden of being a perfect, permanent being in an imperfect, changing world. We can be like a traveler who stays in a beautiful guest house for one night, enjoying the soft bed and the view of the mountains without trying to own the building. We enjoy our lives, our relationships, and our dreams, but we keep our hands open, knowing that everything comes and goes according to its own natural rhythm. This is the middle path, where we live fully and love deeply, but we do not grasp so hard that we crush the very things we cherish. In the time of the Buddha, there was a woman who was very attached to her fine clothes and her jewelry, believing they were an essential part of her beauty. She met a group of nuns who looked so radiant and peaceful in their simple, plain robes, and she asked them how they could be happy with so little. One of the nuns told her that her happiness did not come from what she put on her body, but from what she had let go of in her mind. By letting go of the need to be seen as someone special, she found the specialness of being one with everything, a joy that no thief could ever steal. We might think that losing our sense of self would be scary, like falling into a dark pit, but it is actually more like waking up from a very long, stressful dream. In that dream, we were running from monsters and chasing shadows, but when we wake up, we realize we were safe in our beds all along. The monsters of ego, such as greed, anger, and delusion, only have power over us as long as we believe the dream of a separate self is real. When we see through the illusion, we can smile at the anger when it arises, saying, "Oh, there is that feeling again, but it is not me, it is just passing through." We become the host of a busy inn, welcoming every guest with a kind heart, whether they are a happy traveler or a grumpy one, knowing they will all leave by morning. By not identifying with the grumpy guests, we stay calm and centered, even when the world around us seems chaotic and filled with noise. This calm is the true heart of peace, a stillness that does not depend on everything going our way, but on our ability to let things be as they are. We can look at our mistakes without shame, because the person who made those mistakes is gone, replaced by a new person who has the chance to be wiser. We can look at our successes without pride, because we know they were made possible by 1,000 different conditions that we did not create on our own. This humble perspective makes us much easier to get along with, because we are no longer constantly trying to prove that we are right or better than others. We can listen with our whole heart, because we are not busy thinking about what we want to say next to make ourselves look impressive. The heart of a person who understands selflessness is like a wide valley, which is low enough to receive all the water from the surrounding mountains. Because it does not try to be high and mighty, it becomes fertile, green, and full of life, providing a home for countless birds and flowers. In contrast, the mountain peak of the ego is often cold, lonely, and bare, because nothing can grow on the hard rock of pride and isolation. There is a story of a young monk who was very frustrated because he could not understand the deep meaning of the emptiness of the self. He went to his teacher, who was busy painting a landscape, and asked for a simple explanation that he could finally wrap his mind around. The teacher did not say a word, but he painted a large, beautiful tree on the paper. Then he painted a bird sitting on a branch of that tree. He asked the student, "If I erase the tree, where does the bird sit?" And the student replied that the bird would have to fly away or fall. The teacher then erased the bird and the tree, leaving only the white paper, and said that the paper is like the mind, which can hold anything but owns nothing. The self is like the painting, a series of strokes and colors that create a beautiful image, but the reality is the vast, open space that allows the image to appear. When we focus only on the image, we feel limited and small, but when we remember the space, we feel infinite and free from all constraints. This does not mean we should stop taking care of ourselves, or that we should not have goals and passions in our daily lives. Rather, it means we play our roles in the world like a skillful actor on a stage, knowing that while we wear the costume, we are not the character. The actor can cry real tears and feel real joy during the play, but when the curtain falls, they go home and eat dinner with their family, leaving the role behind. If the actor forgets they are acting and thinks they really are the tragic hero, they will suffer long after the lights go out and the audience leaves. Most of us have forgotten we are acting, and we have become so trapped in our roles that we have forgotten how to just be, without any labels. We are parents, children, workers, friends, and many other things, but beneath all those titles is the simple, pure light of being. This light is the same in every one of us, regardless of our age, our race, our wealth, or the mistakes we have made in the past. When we look into the eyes of another person and see that same light, the walls of the ego crumble, and compassion flows naturally like water. We no longer see a stranger or an enemy, we see another wave in the same ocean, another traveler trying to find their way home in the dark. This shift in perspective is the greatest gift we can give to ourselves and to the world, as it is the foundation of all true kindness and peace. There was a story about a man who was walking through a dark garden and saw a snake coiled on the path, causing his heart to race with absolute terror. He stayed frozen in fear for a long time, imagining the bite and the poison, until the moon came out from behind a cloud and lit up the ground. He saw then that the snake was actually just a piece of old, frayed rope that had been left there by a gardener earlier that afternoon. The fear disappeared instantly, not because he did something to the snake, but because he saw the truth of what was actually there. Our ego is like that rope. When we look at it through the shadows of our confusion, it looks like a solid, dangerous thing we must defend or feed. But when the light of wisdom shines on it, we see that it is just a collection of habits and memories, with no power to truly harm us or define us. We can pick up the rope and use it to help someone, or we can just leave it there, but we are no longer afraid of its bite. This clarity allows us to move through life with a sense of playfulness and curiosity, rather than a sense of constant struggle and heavy defense. We can try new things and fail without feeling like our world is ending, because we know that failure is just another passing experience. We can be praised by 1,000 people and not get a big head, because we know the praise is just words reflecting off a temporary image. The ancient masters used to say that a person who has realized the empty nature of the self is like a mirror, which reflects everything but keeps nothing. When a beautiful flower comes before the mirror is beautiful, and when a pile of trash comes before it, the mirror is not disgusted. The mirror does not try to hold on to the flower, nor does it try to push away the trash, it simply reflects the truth of the moment with perfect clarity. If we can train our hearts to be like that mirror, we will find a level of stability and joy that the world can never give and can never take away. We often think that the more we have, the more we are, filling our houses with objects and our calendars with busy tasks to feel important. But the truth is often the opposite. The less we try to be someone, the more we feel connected to the reality of everything that exists. Think of a flute, which is only able to make beautiful, haunting music because it is hollow and empty on the inside. If the flute were filled with solid gold or heavy clay, no breath could pass through it, and it would be silent and useless for making any song. Our lives are the music, and our self is the flute. When we empty ourselves of pride and attachment, the breath of the universe can play a melody through us. This melody is unique for every person, yet it comes from the same source, and it brings comfort to everyone who hears it in the quiet hours. There was once a young girl who found a small bird with a broken wing and spent weeks nursing it back to health with great care and tenderness. She grew very attached to the bird, giving it a name and imagining that it would stay with her forever in its little wooden cage. One day, her grandfather told her that if she truly loved the bird, she must open the door and let it decide where it wanted to go. The girl was terrified that if the bird flew away, she would lose a part of herself and be lonely, but she trusted her grandfather and opened the cage. The bird hopped out, chirped a happy song, and flew up into the bright blue sky, joining a flock of its friends in the high branches. The girl felt a sudden rush of joy that was much greater than the joy of owning the bird, because she realized her love was bigger than her cage. Her sense of self expanded from being a girl with a bird to being a part of the bird's flight and the vastness of the morning air. This is what happens when we open the cage of our ego. We might feel a moment of fear, but then we discover the entire universe is our home. We are not losing anything, we are gaining everything, trading a small, cramped room for the infinite horizon of a heart that knows no boundaries. When we talk about no self, we are not talking about a cold, intellectual theory, but a warm, living experience of deep connection. It is the feeling you get when you are so absorbed in a sunset, or a piece of music, or helping a friend, that you completely forget yourself. In those moments, there is no I watching the sunset, there is just the golden light and the feeling of wonder, and that is when we are most alive. The ego is like a noisy neighbor who keeps knocking on the door, distracting us from the quiet beauty of the present moment with its endless demands. We don't have to fight the neighbor or kick them out, we just have to stop inviting them in for tea and giving them all our attention. We can hear the knock, acknowledge it, and then go back to the peace of our own breath, letting the noise fade into the background. Over time, the neighbor gets tired of being ignored and stops knocking so loudly, allowing us to enjoy the silence and the space of our own heart. The Buddha once met a man who was very angry and came to insult him, hoping to get a reaction and prove his own strength. The Buddha remained perfectly still and calm, like a mountain in a storm, until the man finally ran out of breath and asked why he didn't fight back. The Buddha asked the man, "If you give a gift to someone and they do not accept it, to whom does the gift then belong?" The man replied that it would still belong to him, and the Buddha smiled, saying that he did not accept the gift of the man's anger. Because the Buddha had no ego to be wounded, the insults had nowhere to land, falling to the ground like dry leaves in the autumn wind. If we have no self-importance, we have no target for others to hit, and we become invincible in the most gentle and peaceful way possible. This doesn't mean we become doormats, but that we respond to life with wisdom rather than reacting with the blind habit of the ego. We can stand up for what is right, we can protect the weak, and we can speak the truth, but we do it without the heat of personal hatred. The ego loves to be right, but the heart loves to be kind, and when we have to choose, the heart always knows the way to true happiness. Think of a candle that is used to light another candle, and then another, until 1,000 candles are burning brightly in the dark room. The first candle does not lose any of its light by sharing it, and the light that shines from all the candles is essentially the same light. Our lives are like those candles, we think we are separate because we see different sticks of wax, but the flame of awareness is one. When we see this, we stop competing with others to see who can burn the brightest, and instead, we just focus on keeping the room light. There was a group of travelers who were lost in a desert, and they were all desperately thirsty, fighting over the last few drops of water in their flasks. They were so focused on their own survival that they didn't notice a hidden spring just a few yards away, hidden behind a large rock. Only when they stopped fighting and sat down in exhaustion did one of them hear the faint, sweet sound of bubbling water. They all drank together and realized that their selfishness had almost killed them, while the spring was there for everyone all along. The spring of peace and wisdom is always here, inside every one of us, but it is often hidden by the noise of our own selfish desires and fears. When we quiet the ego, the spring reveals itself, and we find that we have more than enough to share with every person we meet. This is the beauty of the path. It is not a path of adding things to ourselves, but a path of shedding the layers that hide our true nature. It is like a sculptor who looks at a block of rough marble and sees the beautiful statue already living inside the cold stone. The sculptor does not add anything to the marble, they only chip away the pieces that are not the statue, until the hidden form is revealed. We are all masterpieces waiting to be found, and the practice of selflessness is the tool we use to remove the excess stone of the ego. Sometimes the chipping away can feel painful, as we are very attached to our stone, thinking it is the only thing that keeps us safe. But as the heavy pieces fall away, we begin to feel lighter, and we start to see the grace and the strength that was always there. We discover that we are not the stone, we are the beauty that the stone was hiding, a beauty that is not afraid of the world. There was a famous teacher who was once asked to summarize the entire teaching of the Buddha in just one single sentence. He thought for a moment and then said, Nothing whatsoever is to be clung to as I or mine, for that is the root of all freedom. It sounds so simple, yet it is the work of a lifetime to truly feel this in our bones and live it in our everyday actions. We cling to our opinions, we cling to our bodies, and we cling to our memories, hoping they will give us a sense of solid ground. But the ground of the ego is like quicksand. The more we struggle to stay on top of it, the deeper we sink into worry and dissatisfaction. The real solid ground is the truth of change, the truth that everything flows, and when we learn to swim in that flow, we are never lost. Imagine you are standing on a bridge, watching the river below, and you see a piece of wood floating by, then a leaf, then a flower. You don't try to grab them and keep them, you just watch them come and watch them go, enjoying the unique beauty of each moment. If you try to grab the water, it slips through your fingers, but if you let it flow, you can enjoy the cool feeling and the sparkling light. Our life is that river, and our experiences are the things floating by. We can enjoy them fully without needing to own them. This sense of non-ownership is not about being indifferent or cold, it is actually the secret to a much deeper and more passionate love. When we don't own someone, we are truly free to see them for who they are, rather than who we want them to be for our own sake. We can appreciate our children, our partners, and our friends as independent beings, and our love becomes a bright light rather than a heavy chain. There was a story of a monk who lived in a small hut and had only one precious thing, a beautiful ceramic bowl that he used for his meals. One day, the bowl fell and broke into many pieces, and his student expected him to be very sad, as it was his only possession. The monk looked at the pieces and said, "I knew the bowl was already broken the day I got it, so when it finally shattered, I was not surprised." He had enjoyed the bowl while it was whole, but he never forgot its nature, so his heart remained whole even when the bowl was gone. This is how we can live with our own bodies and our own lives, knowing they are fragile and temporary, which makes every moment even more precious. We don't wait for things to break to appreciate them, we appreciate them because we know they will eventually break and change. The sunset is beautiful precisely because it doesn't last. If the sky stayed orange forever, we would eventually stop looking at it. The temporary nature of the self is what gives our life its flavor, its urgency, and its deep, hidden sweetness that we often overlook. We are like travelers in a strange land, where every person we meet and every place we see is a unique gift that will never happen exactly the same way again. When we realize this, we stop rushing through our days to get to some imaginary future where we think we will finally be happy. We find that happiness is here, in the breathing, in the walking, and in the simple act of being aware of this incredible world. The ego is always looking for the next thing, the bigger thing, the better thing, because it is never satisfied with just being. It is like a fire that always needs more wood to keep burning, and it will eventually burn us out if we don't learn how to cool it down. The practice of mindfulness is the cool water that we pour on the fire of the ego, helping us to settle into the richness of the present. When we are mindful, we see that there is no I doing the breathing, there is just breathing happening all by itself. There is no I doing the walking, there is just the movement of the legs and the sensation of the ground against the soles of the feet. In this state of pure observation, the ego becomes transparent, and we can see the world clearly without the distortion of our own desires. There was a painter who wanted to paint the most realistic portrait of himself, so he looked in a mirror for many hours every day. He painted every wrinkle, every hair, and every shadow, but when he was finished, he felt that the painting was missing something vital. He realized that he had painted the shell, but he had not captured the life that was moving through him, the part that couldn't be seen in a mirror. He took a brush and painted a single, clear circle around the portrait, representing the vastness of the universe that held his form. Only then did he feel that the painting was complete, because he saw that he was not just the face, but also the space that surrounded it. We often spend our whole lives working on the portrait of our ego, trying to make it look perfect and impressive to everyone who passes by. But we forget to look at the space, the vast and silent background of our life that is always there, supporting us and connecting us to everything else. If we can shift our attention from the portrait to the space, we find a sense of relief that is beyond words, a peace that passeth all understanding. This space is where compassion lives, because in space there is no room for conflict, only room for everything to exist together. When we have a big ego, we are like a crowded room where every new person feels like a threat or a burden. But when we are selfless, we are like the open countryside, where there is plenty of room for everyone to walk and breathe. People feel safe around someone who has a small ego, because they know they won't be judged, compared, or used for someone else's gain. This is the true meaning of being a refuge for others, not by having all the answers, but by having a heart that is wide enough to hold their pain. The Buddha was such a refuge, not because he was a god, but because he had completely emptied himself of the illusion of a separate self. He was like a great tree that gives shade to everyone who sits beneath it, regardless of whether they are a king or a beggar. The tree does not ask who you are before it gives you shade, and it does not feel proud that it is providing comfort, it just grows and stays open. We can all be like that tree, in our own small way, by practicing the art of letting go and staying present with what is. We can start with the small things, like letting go of the need to have the last word in an argument, or the need to be thanked for a kind deed. Every time we let go of a small piece of the ego, we create a little more space for our true nature to shine through. It is like cleaning a window that has been covered in dust for many years. At first, we can only see a little bit of light, but as we keep wiping, the whole room brightens. The dust is the ego, and the light is the wisdom and love that have always been there, just waiting for the window to be clear. We don't need to go anywhere to find this light, we just need to stop covering it up with our constant worries about me and mine. Sometimes we think that without an ego, we would be boring or have no personality, but the opposite is actually true. When we are not trying to be someone, we are free to be anyone, to be spontaneous, to be funny, and to be truly creative. The greatest artists and thinkers often say that their best ideas come when they get out of the way and let the work flow through them. They are not thinking about their fame or their style, they are completely lost in the process of creation, and that is when the magic happens. Our whole life can be a work of art if we can learn to get out of the way and let life live through us. We can respond to every situation with fresh eyes, rather than relying on the old, tired habits of our personality. If someone is rude to us, we don't have to be rude back because that is our character, we can choose to be kind because that is what the moment needs. This flexibility is the hallmark of a truly wise person, who is like water that can take the shape of any container it is poured into. Water is soft and yielding, yet it is stronger than the hardest rock, because it never fights, it simply flows around obstacles or wears them down over time. The ego is like a hard piece of ice, which can easily be broken or melted, while the selfless heart is like the flowing water that remains whole. There was a story of a young man who was very talented at archery, and he was so proud of his skill that he challenged an old master to a contest. The young man hit the bullseye every single time with perfect form, but the old master led him to a deep chasm with only a narrow, shaky log crossing it. The master walked to the middle of the log, stood over the abyss, and calmly shot his arrow into a distant tree, then asked the young man to do the same. The young man was so gripped by the fear of falling that he couldn't even pull his bow. His ego was so terrified of dying that his skill vanished. The master told him that his skill was only on the surface, and that true mastery comes when the archer and the target are no longer two separate things. When the archer forgets himself, there is no fear, because there is no one there to fall, and the arrow finds its own way to the mark. In our lives, the abyss is the uncertainty of the future, and our ego is the fear that keeps us from walking across the narrow log of the present. If we can let go of the self, we can walk with confidence through the most difficult times, knowing that the abyss is not our enemy. We are part of the abyss, part of the log, and part of the wind, so there is nowhere to fall that is not already home. This realization allows us to live with a courage that is not based on being brave, but on being whole and connected. We don't have to pretend to be strong, we just have to realize that our strength comes from the entire universe, not just from our small muscles. This is a very comforting thought when we feel overwhelmed by the challenges of life, reminding us that we don't have to carry the world on our shoulders. The world is already carrying us, and all we have to do is trust the ground beneath our feet and the air in our lungs. We can take a deep breath and feel the life force that is shared by every living thing, from the tiniest ant to the tallest redwood tree. We are all eating at the same table, breathing the same air, and dreaming under the same stars, and this is the true family of the selfless heart. When we feel lonely, it is usually because the ego has built a wall around us, making us feel like we are separate and forgotten. But if we look closely at the wall, we see it is made of our own thoughts, and we can choose to stop building it any higher. We can take down the bricks one by one, through acts of kindness, through listening, and through the simple recognition that everyone else is just like us. They also want to be happy, they also fear pain, and they also have an ego that is trying to protect them in all the wrong ways. When we see this, our loneliness turns into a deep sense of solidarity, and we feel a kinship with every soul on this earth. There was a traveler who arrived at a village and found everyone crying because their well had run dry and they were all dying of thirst. The traveler didn't have any water to give them, but he sat down and began to dig in the sand, right in the middle of the village square. The villagers thought he was crazy, but he just kept digging, and eventually, a few others joined him, moved by his quiet determination. They dug deeper and deeper until finally, a cool, clear stream of water burst forth, filling the well and saving the entire village. The traveler didn't take any credit for finding the water, he just washed his face and continued on his journey with a quiet smile. He didn't need to be the hero, he just saw a need and acted, and that is the way of the selfless heart in action. It does not look for praise or rewards, because the act of helping is its own reward, and the joy of others is its own joy. We can find many opportunities to dig wells in our own lives, by offering a kind word, by being patient when we are tired, or by just being present for someone. These small acts of selflessness are the most powerful things in the world, because they slowly change the landscape of our hearts and the lives of those around us. We often think we need to do something big and dramatic to be a good person, but the truth is found in the quiet, hidden moments of daily life. It is in the way we talk to the person at the checkout counter, the way we drive in traffic, and the way we handle our own frustrations. If we can bring a little bit of no self into these moments, we find that life becomes much smoother and more pleasant for everyone involved. We stop seeing other people as obstacles to our goals and start seeing them as fellow travelers who deserve our respect and care. This change in attitude is like moving from a cold, wintry room into the warm sunlight of a spring morning. Everything looks different when the light of selflessness is shining on it, the colors are brighter, the sounds are clearer, and the air feels fresher. We might still have problems, we might still face sickness or loss, but our relationship to these things has fundamentally shifted. We no longer feel like a victim of fate, because we know that fate is just a word for the complex web of causes and conditions that we are part of. We can accept what comes with a graceful heart, knowing that everything is as it should be, and that we have the strength to handle it. The Buddha once compared the human mind to a wild elephant that is running through the forest, knocking down trees and causing destruction. The elephant is our ego, driven by its wild desires and its fear of being hurt, and it needs to be trained with patience and love. We don't train the elephant by beating it or trying to kill it, but by tethering it to a solid post, which is the practice of mindfulness. As the elephant stays near the post, it gradually becomes calm and gentle, and eventually, it can be used for great work that benefits everyone. Our ego, when trained, can be a useful tool for navigating the world, but we must never forget that we are the trainer, not the elephant. We must always keep a gentle but firm hand on the reins, making sure that our actions are guided by wisdom rather than by the elephant's whims. When the elephant is calm, we can see the path clearly, and we can travel through life with a sense of purpose and peace. We can enjoy the beauty of the forest without getting lost in it, and we can help others who are still struggling with their own wild elephants. This journey of training the mind is the most important journey we will ever take, and it starts with a single step of awareness. It starts with the simple realization that we are not our thoughts, and that there is a quiet space within us that is always free. In that space, we find the true meaning of selflessness, or no self, which is not a loss, but a grand discovery of our true nature. It is the discovery that we are the universe experiencing itself through a unique and temporary lens. We are the stars, the ocean, the wind, and the light, all appearing for a short time in this human form to learn how to love. When we know this, we can smile at the mirror, not because we like what we see, but because we know the mirror is only showing a small part of the truth. The rest of the truth is everywhere, in everything and everyone, and it is a truth that is full of beauty, mystery, and endless grace. So let us walk this path together, with open hearts and open hands, helping each other to let go of the heavy burdens we have been carrying. Let us celebrate the flow of life, the changing seasons of our hearts, and the wonderful dance of being that has no beginning and no end. In this dance, we are never alone, because there is no separate self to be lonely, there is only the one heart that beats in all of us. When we feel that heartbeat, we know we are home, and that home is exactly where we are standing right now. There is a story of a fish who spent his whole life searching for the ocean, asking every creature he met where he could find it. He swam through coral reefs and deep trenches, always looking for the vast blue water he had heard so much about. One day, an old turtle told him, "You are already in the ocean, it is all around you, it is inside you, and you could never leave it if you tried." The fish had been so busy looking for something special that he had missed the very thing that was sustaining his life every single second. We are like that fish, searching for peace, for truth, and for our true self, while all along we are swimming in the ocean of reality. The ego is the idea that we are separate from the water, but the truth is that we are the water, and the water is us. Once we see this, we can stop searching and start swimming, enjoying the cool flow and the way the light dances on the surface. We can play with the other fish, explore the reefs, and just be, without any need to go anywhere or be anything else. This is the great rest, the end of the struggle, and the beginning of a life that is lived in harmony with the way things are. It is a life that is full of joy, not because everything is perfect, but because we are no longer fighting against the perfection of the moment. We are at peace with ourselves, because we have finally found that there is no self to be at war with. And in that peace, we find a love that is so deep and so wide that it can hold the entire world in its gentle embrace. When we think about the people who have touched our lives the most, it is rarely those who were the most famous or the most powerful. It is usually those who were the most present, the most kind, and the most selfless, who made us feel seen and heard without any judgment. They were like a cool breeze on a hot day, or a warm fire on a cold night, providing exactly what was needed without asking for anything in return. They didn't have to tell us they were selfless, we could feel it in the way they looked at us and the way they listened to our stories. This is the kind of person we can all become, as we slowly let go of the need to be the center of our own universe. We move from being a small, flickering candle to being part of the great sun that warms the entire earth. And the wonderful thing is that the more we give of ourselves, the more we find we have to give, because the source is infinite. It is like a well that never runs dry, no matter how much water you draw from it, because it is fed by a deep, underground spring. That spring is the true nature of the mind, which is naturally clear, naturally kind, and naturally free from any limits. We just have to keep digging, keep letting go of the dirt of the ego, until we reach that pure and refreshing water. There was a group of children playing on the beach, building elaborate sandcastles with towers, moats, and tall bridges. They were very proud of their work, and they defended their castles from each other, making sure no one stepped on their walls. But as the sun began to set, the tide started to come in, and the waves began to wash over the sandcastles, melting them back into the shore. The children didn't cry or get angry, they just laughed and jumped into the waves, realizing that the play was over and it was time to go home. They knew the castles were just made of sand and water, and that the ocean was much more fun than a pile of dry walls. Our ego is our sandcastle, and the truth of change is the incoming tide. We can spend our lives trying to build walls against the water. Or we can be like the children, enjoying the building for a while, and then letting it go with a laugh when the waves come. We can join the ocean, which is much bigger and more exciting than any castle we could ever build by ourselves. The ocean doesn't mind if our castle is big or small, it welcomes us all the same, and it is always there, waiting for us to come back. So let us not be afraid of the tide, but let us welcome it as a reminder of our true home and our true nature. Let us live with light hearts and open minds, ready to play, ready to love, and ready to let go when the time comes. In this way, every day is a gift, every breath is a miracle, and every person we meet is a brother or a sister in this great mystery. The journey of egolessness is not a journey to a distant land, but a journey back to the very center of who we have always been. It is the return to the simple, pure joy of being alive, before we learn to label ourselves and divide the world into pieces. It is the recovery of our original face, the one we had before we were born and the one we will have after we die. It is a face of peace, a face of wisdom, and a face that is always smiling at the beauty of the world. When we find that face, we find that we are already everything we were searching for, and that everything is already right here. There was once a young monk who was struggling with his practice, feeling that he was not making any progress and that his mind was still full of self. He went to his teacher and said, "I want to find the true self, the one that is beyond change and beyond suffering." The teacher pointed to a nearby tree and asked, "Is that tree your true self?" And the monk said, "No, that is just a tree." Then the teacher pointed to a bird and asked, "Is that bird your true self?" And the monk said, "No, that is just a bird." The teacher then pointed to the monk himself and asked, "Is that body your true self?" And the monk hesitated, then said, "No, that is just a body." Finally, the teacher asked, "Then who is the one that is seeing the tree, hearing the bird, and feeling the body?" The monk was silent for a long time, and then a slow smile spread across his face as he realized that the seeing and the hearing were the self. There was no separate person doing the seeing, there was just the act of seeing itself, which was as wide as the sky and as deep as the sea. He didn't have to find a self, he just had to stop looking for a separate one and realize that he was the whole experience. This is the end of the search, the moment when the seeker disappears and only the seeking remains, and then even the seeking fades into peace. We are the music, we are the light, and we are the love that holds it all together, and that is more than enough for anyone. So take heart, my friends, and do not be discouraged by the tricks of the ego, for they are only shadows in the light of your true being. Keep walking, keep breathing, and keep letting go, and you will find that the path is not under your feet, but inside your own heart. And as you walk, remember to be kind to yourself and to others, for we are all doing the best we can with the little light we have. The more we share that light, the brighter it gets, until the whole world is glowing with the warmth of our collective awakening. This is the promise of the path, and it is a promise that is being kept every single moment that we choose awareness over confusion. It is a beautiful day to be alive, to be selfless, and to be part of this wonderful, changing world that we all share. Let us cherish every moment, every breath, and every connection, knowing that they are all part of the same beautiful song of life. There was a story of a great king who had everything he could ever want, but he was still unhappy and felt a deep emptiness in his soul. He called all the wise men of his kingdom and asked them to find the secret of true happiness, but none of them could give him a satisfying answer. Finally, a humble gardener came forward and said, "Your Majesty, the secret is to be like the earth, which accepts everything and gives everything. The earth does not ask for anything in return for the food it grows, and it does not complain when we walk on it or dig into its skin. It just stays there, supporting us and providing for us, because its nature is to give and to be open to all possibilities." The king began to practice being like the earth, and as he let go of his pride and his demands, his heart began to fill with a quiet, steady joy. He found that the more he served his people and cared for his land, the less he felt that empty hole in his chest. He realized that the hole was created by his own ego, which was always trying to take, and that it could only be filled by giving. We can all be like that gardener and that king, by learning to be grounded, patient, and generous with our own lives and our own hearts. We can be the earth for each other, providing a solid place to stand and a fertile ground for our dreams to grow and flourish. In this way, we find that the more we lose our small self, the more we find our true place in the great family of all things. We are not alone, we are not separate, and we are not small, we are part of the vast and beautiful tapestry of life. And when we see the tapestry, we see that every thread is essential, and that every color is beautiful in its own unique way. So let us celebrate our differences, but let us never forget the one thread that connects us all, the thread of our shared existence. This is the true heart of Vo-Na, a heart that is full of love, full of peace, and full of the light of wisdom. It is a heart that knows no boundaries, no enemies, and no fears, because it knows that it is already home in the arms of the universe. And that home is here, now, and always, waiting for us to wake up and see the beauty that has been here all along. So let us wake up, let us breathe, and let us be the love that we have been searching for all this time, for it is our true nature. There was a traveler who came across a mirror in the middle of a desert, and when he looked into it, he didn't see his own face. He saw the faces of everyone he had ever known, and even the faces of people he had never met, all smiling back at him with kindness. He realized that the mirror was not showing him who he was as a person, but who he was as a part of the whole human family. He felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, knowing that he was never truly alone, even in the middle of a barren and empty desert. The mirror of wisdom is like that. It shows us that our true face is the face of all humanity, and that our true heart is the heart of the world. When we look into that mirror, the ego disappears, and we see only the beauty and the light that we all share in common. This is the end of our journey today, but it is just the beginning of our life in the light of selflessness and compassion for all. May you always remember the peace that is within you, and may you always share the love that is your true and eternal nature. The world is waiting for your light, so let it shine brightly, without any fear and without any hesitation, for you are the world. And as we part ways for now, let the silence of your own heart speak the truth that words can never fully capture or describe. Listen to that silence, for it is the sound of your true self, the one that is beyond all names, all forms, and all limitations. It is the sound of the universe breathing, the sound of the stars singing, and the sound of the heart finding its way back to peace. And that peace is yours, it has always been yours, and it will always be yours, for it is the very essence of who and what you are. So go in peace, walk with grace, and remember that you are never alone, for the entire universe is walking right there with you. Every step you take is a sacred step, and every breath you breathe is a holy breath, in this beautiful and wondrous journey called life. Let us hold this realization close to our hearts as we move through our days, letting it guide us and comfort us in everything we do. For in the end, there is only love, and that love is the true and final answer to every question and every doubt we have ever had. And with that love, we are finally free, free to be, free to live, and free to love without any end and without any limits. This is the grace of the path, and it is a grace that is available to every one of us, every single moment of our lives. So let us embrace it, let us live it, and let us be the peace that we want to see in this beautiful and often troubled world. For we are the change, we are the light, and we are the love that will eventually heal all wounds and bring all hearts back to home. And that home is here, now, in the quiet space of this moment, where there is no self, only the vast and infinite beauty of being. Think for a moment about the vast, ancient mountains that stand so still against the passing of the centuries, watching the snow fall and the flowers bloom without ever trying to move. The mountain does not say, "Look at how tall I am," or feel ashamed when the mist hides its peak from the eyes of the curious travelers in the valley below. It simply is, allowing the eagles to nest in its crags and the cold streams to carve deep paths through its rocky heart without any sense of personal ownership. We often think we must be like a busy builder, constantly adding more stones to the wall of our identity, fearing that if we stop, we will somehow vanish. But true strength is more like that mountain, a presence that is so grounded and so vast that it does not need to shout its name to the restless wind. When we let go of the need to be someone special, we suddenly find that we have the room to be everything, becoming as wide as the horizon itself. There was a story of a young man who traveled across many lands to find a teacher who could show him the secret of absolute, unchanging happiness. He had studied all the books, learned all the complicated theories, and could speak for hours about the nature of the mind and the laws of the universe. Yet, his heart was still heavy with a subtle kind of anxiety, a feeling that he was missing the very core of the truth he was so busily chasing. He found an old woman living in a simple hut by the edge of a great, blue lake, who spent her days weaving baskets from the long, flexible reeds. He sat with her and began to explain all his deep knowledge, hoping to impress her with his cleverness and his many years of dedicated study. The woman listened with a gentle smile, her hands never stopping their rhythmic work, moving with a grace that seemed to come from the lake itself. When he finally finished, she asked him if he could tell her which part of the basket was the most important, the reed, the space inside, or the hand that wove it. The young man was confused and began to argue for the reed, then for the hand, but the woman just shook her head and pointed to the empty air inside the basket. She said that without the emptiness, the basket could not hold a single fruit, and without the silence, his words could not carry a single grain of real wisdom. His ego was like a basket that was already stuffed to the brim with old, dry grass, leaving no room for the fresh, living water of the present moment to enter. We are often so full of our own opinions, our own histories, and our own plans that we become like a cup that is already overflowing before the tea is even poured. To experience the beauty of no self, we must learn the art of being empty, which is not a lack of life, but a supreme readiness for all of life to flow through us. Imagine a master musician who picks up a violin, an instrument made of wood and string that has no voice of its own until it is touched by a skilled hand. When the music begins, the musician forgets the wood, forgets the bow, and even forgets their own name, becoming nothing but the sound that fills the hall. In that moment of perfect harmony, where does the musician end and the music begin, and who is the one that is truly experiencing the haunting melody? There is no separate I playing the notes, there is only the playing, a seamless flow of energy that connects the heart of the artist to the ears of the listener. This is the state of grace we can find in our own lives, whether we are cooking a meal, walking to work, or simply watching the rain wash the dusty leaves. When we are fully present, the self that is always judging, always wanting, and always fearing, quietly steps back into the shadows of the past. What remains is a pure, sparkling awareness that is not bound by the small story of our lives, but is connected to the very heartbeat of the entire world. There is a tale of a group of birds who lived in a golden cage, provided with the finest seeds and the clearest water by a king who loved their bright songs. They were safe from the hawks and the storms, but they had forgotten what it was like to feel the wind under their wings and the vastness of the open sky. One bird, however, noticed that the door of the cage was not actually locked, it was just pushed shut, held only by the habit of the bird staying inside. He pushed the door open and flew out, feeling a sudden, sharp fear as he looked down at the earth and up at the clouds without any bars to protect him. But as he flew higher, the fear turned into a joy so deep that he realized the cage, though golden, had been a prison for his true and wild spirit. Our ego is that golden cage, built of our comforts, our titles, and our beliefs about who we are, which keep us safe but also keep us very small. The door is always open, waiting for us to realize that we don't need the bars to define us, and that our true home is the infinite space of the spirit. When we step out of the cage of the self, we don't fall, we discover that we were always meant to soar, and that the sky has no end and no limits. This doesn't mean we abandon our responsibilities or our families, but we carry them with a lightness that comes from knowing we are not bound by them. We can love more deeply because we are not trying to own the people we love, and we can work more effectively because we are not worried about the credit. In the old days, there was a traveler who came to a village and saw a man crying over a broken mirror, trying desperately to glue the tiny shards back together. The man said that without his mirror, he would never know what he looked like, and he would lose his connection to his own face and his own identity. The traveler led the man to the edge of a nearby river and told him to look down into the clear, moving water that flowed over the pebbles. The man saw his reflection, but it was constantly changing, shifting with the ripples and the light, yet it was more alive and more beautiful than the mirror had ever been. The traveler said that the mirror was a dead thing, showing only a frozen image, while the river was like the truth of our nature, always flowing and always new. We don't need to hold on to a fixed image of who we are, because we are a living process, a magnificent dance of elements that is never the same from one breath to the next. If we try to glue the pieces of our past self together, we only end up with a distorted and sharp image that can cut our hands and hurt our hearts. But if we look into the river of the present moment, we see a reflection that is vibrant, flexible, and perfectly in tune with the world around us. This is the freedom of being nobody, which is the secret to being everybody, as we no longer have to defend a single, fragile point of view. We can see through the eyes of the child playing in the dirt, the old man resting on the bench, and the birds singing in the high branches of the elm tree. Their joy becomes our joy, their peace becomes our peace, and we find that we are never alone because we are part of everything that breathes. Think of the air that surrounds us, which has no color, no shape, and no scent of its own, yet it is the very thing that allows all life to exist and thrive. The air does not say, "This is my space," when a tree grows through it, and it does not feel pushed aside when a mountain rises up to touch the clouds. It simply yields, wraps around everything with a gentle touch, and provides the breath that sustains the smallest insect and the greatest king. A heart that understands selflessness is like that air. It is invisible and humble, yet it is the source of all true comfort and all true strength in the world. It does not seek to be noticed, but it is felt by everyone who comes near it, bringing a sense of calm and a feeling of being completely accepted as they are. There was once a young girl who was very sad because she thought she was not as pretty or as smart as the other girls in her small, quiet village. She went to a wise old monk who was known for his kind heart and his deep understanding of the human soul, and she asked him for a way to be better. The monk took her into a garden where many different flowers were growing, some tall and bright, others small and hidden under the large, green leaves. He asked her if the violet was jealous of the rose, or if the daisy felt small because it did not have the perfume of the jasmine that climbed the wall. The girl laughed and said that flowers don't have such silly thoughts, they just grow as they are and share their beauty with whoever passes by. The monk told her that she was also a flower in the garden of the world, and that her only job was to be herself without any comparison or any competition. When she stopped trying to be like the others, she found that she had a unique light of her own, a kindness that touched everyone she met in a special way. Her ego was the voice that told her she was not enough, but her true self was the quiet beauty that didn't need any words or any praise to exist. By letting go of the need to be better than others, she became the best version of herself, a person who was happy just to be alive and to share her heart. This is the gift of no self. It takes away the heavy burden of comparison and leaves us with the simple, pure joy of our own existence. We can look at the successes of others with a sincere smile, because we know that their light does not make our own light any dimmer or any less precious. We are all stars in the same sky, and the more stars there are, the more beautiful the night becomes for everyone who looks up in wonder. There is a story of a great ocean that was very proud of its depth, its power, and the many ships that sailed across its vast, blue surface every day. It looked down at the tiny streams and the muddy puddles, thinking how small and unimportant they were compared to its own magnificent and endless reach. But then a wise whale told the ocean that without the tiny streams and the falling rain, it would eventually dry up and become a barren, dusty valley. The ocean realized that it was not a separate thing, but a coming together of all the water in the world, from the highest mountain mist to the deepest underground spring. When it saw its connection to the smallest drop, its pride turned into a deep sense of gratitude, and it felt even more powerful because it was part of a whole. Our ego often makes us feel like we are a lonely island, separate from the mainland and responsible for our own survival in a harsh and cold world. But wisdom shows us that we are the mainland, the islands, and the sea, all connected by a web of life that is so intricate and so beautiful that it defies description. We are fed by the sun, clothed by the plants, and sheltered by the earth, and every thought we have is a gift from the countless generations that came before us. When we realize this, the I that feels so lonely and so afraid begins to dissolve, and we feel a deep, warm sense of belonging that never goes away. We are never truly alone, because we are always in the company of the entire universe, which is breathing with us, moving with us, and loving through us. Imagine you are a drop of water falling from a dark cloud, and you are terrified of hitting the ground and losing your round, perfect shape. You cling to your identity as a drop, thinking that this small form is the only thing you have and the only thing you will ever be in this life. But then you land in a clear, mountain stream, and suddenly you are moving, dancing over the stones and joining thousands of other drops in a joyous race. You are no longer just a drop, you are the stream, and as you flow into the river and then into the ocean, your world expands beyond your wildest dreams. You didn't lose anything when you hit the water, you gained the entire world, and your small fear was replaced by a sense of infinite and eternal flow. This is the journey of the soul as it moves from the narrow confines of the ego into the wide and open space of the selfless heart. It is a journey of letting go, but it is also a journey of finding, as we discover that what we thought was ourselves was just a tiny part of the truth. There was a teacher who told his students to go out into the world and find one thing that was not connected to anything else in the entire universe. One student brought back a stone, saying it was solid and separate, but the teacher showed him how the stone was made of minerals from the earth and heat from the sun. Another student brought back a leaf, but the teacher showed him how the leaf was connected to the tree, the soil, the water, and the very air he was breathing. Finally, one student came back with empty hands and said that he could not find anything that was truly separate, for everything seemed to be a part of everything else. The teacher smiled and said that this was the greatest discovery of all, for once we see the connection, we can never feel truly separate or truly alone again. The idea of a separate self is like a line drawn in the water, it seems real for a moment, but it disappears as soon as the current moves or the wind blows. When we stop trying to draw lines and start enjoying the flow, we find a peace that is not dependent on things staying the same or going our way. We can be happy in the sun and peaceful in the rain, knowing that both are necessary for the garden of our soul to grow and to bloom in its own time. There is a beautiful lightness in being nobody, a freedom that allows us to laugh at our own mistakes and to learn from the wisdom of every person we meet. We don't have to be the best, we don't have to be the first, and we don't have to be the one who knows everything and has all the answers. We can just be a humble student of life, grateful for every lesson and every breath, and ready to share whatever small light we have with those around us. This is the true meaning of a meaningful life, not one that is filled with great achievements and fame, but one that is filled with love and connection. A life that is lived with an open heart and a quiet mind is a life that brings peace not only to ourselves but to every living being we encounter on our path. In the time of the Buddha, there was a man who was very concerned about his future, always worrying about what would happen to him when he grew old and weak. He asked the Buddha for a way to ensure his safety and his happiness, hoping for a magical formula or a secret ritual that would protect him from all harm. The Buddha told him a story about a traveler who was walking along a dangerous road and found a beautiful, ripe fruit hanging from a tree over a deep cliff. The traveler reached for the fruit, but as he did, he slipped and found himself hanging onto a small vine, with 2 mice, one black and one white, gnawing at the root. Below him was a deep abyss, and above him was the fruit, and as he hung there, he realized that his life was fragile and that his time was very short. Instead of panic, he reached out with his free hand, plucked the fruit, and took a bite, finding it to be the sweetest and most delicious thing he had ever tasted. The Buddha said that we are all like that traveler, with the black and white mice of day and night gnawing at the vine of our lives every single second. If we spend our time worrying about the mice or the cliff, we miss the sweetness of the fruit, which is the beauty and the joy of the present moment. When we let go of the ego's need for permanent safety, we can finally taste the richness of life, even in the midst of uncertainty and change. The sweetness of the fruit is not in its permanence, but in its flavor, and we can only taste it if we are fully present and fully alive right here and now. This is the path of wisdom, to live each moment as if it were the only one, with a heart that is open to the beauty and the pain of the world without grasping. By not clinging to the vine, we find that we can actually fly, or at least we can enjoy the view as we move through the seasons of our existence. There was a story of a young prince who wanted to find the most beautiful song in the world, so he traveled to every kingdom and listened to every famous singer. He heard songs of love, songs of war, and songs of great sorrow, but none of them seemed to be the perfect melody he was searching for in his heart. He returned home, tired and disappointed, and sat in his garden, listening to the sound of the wind moving through the leaves and the water splashing in the fountain. He noticed a small, brown bird sitting on a branch, singing a simple, clear song that seemed to come from the very soul of the morning air. The bird didn't have a name, it didn't have a costume, and it wasn't looking for any applause or any gold coins for its beautiful and selfless performance. The prince realized that the most beautiful song was the one that was sung without any ego, a song that was just a natural expression of the joy of being. When we stop trying to make our lives a grand performance for others to see, we find our own simple and beautiful song that is always playing within us. It is the song of our breath, the song of our heartbeat, and the song of the kindness that we share with a stranger or a friend without any thought of reward. This song is always there, even in the noise of the city and the stress of our daily tasks, if we only take a moment to quiet our minds and listen. It is the melody of no self, a song that connects us to the earth, to the sky, and to every other living heart that is also trying to find its way. Think of a candle that burns in a dark room, giving its light and its warmth to everyone who is there, without ever asking who they are or what they have done. The candle does not worry if its flame is smaller than the others, or if it will eventually burn out and be forgotten by those who enjoyed its gentle light. It simply gives what it has, as long as it has it, and in that giving, it fulfills its entire purpose and finds its own kind of quiet and steady peace. Our lives are like that candle, a brief and precious flame in the vastness of time, and our true joy comes from the light we share with others. When we focus on our own small flame, we worry about it going out, but when we focus on the light we give, we realize we are part of a much larger fire. The ego wants to be the sun, but the heart is happy to be a small candle, as long as it can help someone find their way in the dark. There was a story about a monk who spent many years in a cave, trying to find the ultimate truth through deep and intense meditation. He felt he was very close to enlightenment, but he still felt a small wall between himself and the rest of the world, a subtle sense of being separate. One day, he heard a small child crying outside his cave, and without thinking, he ran out to comfort the little one and help them find their way home. In that moment of pure and spontaneous compassion, where he completely forgot his own goals and his own practice, the wall finally crumbled. He realized that the truth was not found in isolation, but in the simple act of losing himself in the service and the love of another being. The enlightenment he was seeking was not a special state of mind, but a way of living that was completely free from the narrow interests of the eye. He returned to his cave, but now the cave was as wide as the world, and every person he met was a part of his own deep and silent meditation. We often think that spiritual practice is about making ourselves better, but it is actually about making ourselves less, until there is nothing left but love. When we are less, there is more room for the world to enter, and we find that we are much stronger and more resilient than we ever thought possible. We can handle the storms of life because we are not a rigid tree that can be snapped, but a flexible blade of grass that bows to the wind and rises again. There is a story of a great storm that swept across a valley, blowing down the mighty oaks and the ancient pines that stood so tall and so proud. But the small, humble reeds by the river remained standing, because they didn't try to fight the wind, they just moved with it and let it pass over them. The oaks were broken by their own strength and their own refusal to bend, while the reeds were saved by their own softness and their own yielding nature. Our ego is like the oak, thinking it must be strong and unchanging, while our true nature is like the reed, able to adapt and to flow with the changes of life. When we let go of the need to be right and the need to be in control, we find a different kind of strength, a strength that is born of wisdom and peace. We can move through the world with a gentle touch, causing no harm and leaving only seeds of kindness and understanding wherever we go. Think of a potter who takes a lump of cold, wet clay and places it on a spinning wheel, using their hands to shape it into a beautiful and useful bowl. The clay must be soft and yielding for the potter to work with it, for if it is hard and dry, it will only crack and break under the pressure of the hands. We are the clay, and life is the potter's wheel, and the more we can stay soft and open, the more life can shape us into something truly wonderful. The ego is the hardness of the clay, the resistance that makes the process difficult and painful, while the selfless heart is the softness that allows for growth. Every experience we have, whether it is joyful or difficult, is a touch of the potter's hand, helping to refine our shape and to reveal our true purpose. When the bowl is finished, it is the space inside that makes it useful, the emptiness that can hold the water or the rice for the hungry traveler. Our usefulness to the world comes not from our solid exterior, but from the space of our heart, which is wide enough to receive and to give without end. There was a story of a king who wanted to build the most magnificent palace in the world, so he gathered the best architects and the most skilled workers. They worked for many years, using the finest marble, the purest gold, and the most precious jewels to create a building that was truly a sight to behold. But when the palace was finished, the king felt a strange sense of loneliness inside the vast and silent halls, and he couldn't find any peace or any joy. He asked a wise hermit who lived in the forest why his palace felt so cold and empty, despite all its beauty and all its immense and staggering wealth. The hermit told him that he had built a monument to his own ego, a wall that kept the world out and kept his own heart locked away in a golden cage. He advised the king to open the doors, to invite the poor and the sick to share his garden, and to use his wealth to help those who were in need. As the king began to turn his palace into a home for everyone, the coldness vanished, and the halls were filled with the warmth of laughter and the light of gratitude. The palace was no longer a symbol of his power, but a symbol of his connection to his people, and in that connection, he finally found the joy he had been seeking. We all build palaces for our ego, trying to create a world where we are the masters and where everything is done for our own comfort and our own glory. But the more we build, the more we isolate ourselves, until we find that we are living in a beautiful but empty and very silent prison of our own making. True happiness comes when we tear down the walls and let the world in, realizing that our true wealth is found in the love and the service we give to others. We don't need a golden throne to be a king or a queen, we only need a heart that is wide enough to care for every living thing in our kingdom. This is the path of the selfless heart, a path that leads away from the smallness of the I and toward the vastness of the we. It is a path that is filled with beauty, with meaning, and with a peace that can never be taken away by the changes and the storms of life. There was once a young man who was very talented at painting, and he wanted to create a masterpiece that would make him famous for all of time. He spent many years working on a single canvas, trying to capture the perfect light and the perfect shadow, but he was never quite satisfied with his work. He became so obsessed with his painting that he ignored his friends, his family, and even his own health, thinking only of his future glory and his name. One day, a fire broke out in his studio and destroyed the painting, leaving only a pile of ash and the smell of smoke in the quiet and empty room. The young man was devastated, feeling that his life was over and that all his hard work had been for nothing, and he sank into a deep and dark despair. But then he looked out the window and saw the sunset, a magnificent display of colors that was changing and fading even as he watched it in silence. He realized that the sunset was a masterpiece that happened every day, and that the beauty was not in the painting, but in the moment of seeing it. He started to paint again, but this time he didn't care about fame or about making a masterpiece that would last forever in a cold and dusty museum. He painted for the joy of the colors, for the feeling of the brush in his hand, and for the way it made him feel connected to the beauty of the world. He became a much better painter because he was no longer afraid of failing, and his work had a life and a soul that it never had before when he was so serious. Our ego is like that obsession with the masterpiece, making us so focused on the result that we miss the entire process of living and being. When we let go of the need for a permanent result, we can enjoy the dance of life as it happens, with all its changes and all its temporary and beautiful forms. We are not here to leave a monument to ourselves, we are here to be part of the living, breathing masterpiece of the entire universe. Every act of kindness, every moment of presence, and every breath of peace is a stroke of the brush on the canvas of our shared and beautiful existence. There is a story of a young monk who asked his teacher, "What is the most important thing to remember in this life, so that I may never lose my way?" The teacher picked up a handful of sand and let it slowly trickle through his fingers, saying that we are like the sand, and life is like the wind. If we try to hold on to the sand, we only end up with a few grains and a lot of tension, but if we let it flow, we become part of the great and ancient desert. The most important thing is to remember that you are not the sand, but the space that allows the sand to fall and the wind to blow in its own wild way. When you know this, you can be at peace in the middle of a sandstorm, and you can find your way even when the paths are hidden by the moving dunes. We are the space, the vast and silent awareness that holds everything but is touched by nothing, and in that space, there is no self to be lost. This realization is the ultimate refuge, the place of perfect safety and perfect peace that is always with us, no matter where we go or what happens. We can rest in this space, knowing that we are home, and that everything we see and feel is just a passing cloud in the wide and clear sky of our mind. This is the wisdom of non-self, a wisdom that brings a deep and quiet joy, a love that has no limits, and a life that is as free as the birds in the air. Let us carry this wisdom with us as we move through the world, sharing it with everyone we meet through our actions and our presence. Let us be the peace that we seek, the love that we want, and the light that the world so desperately needs in these dark and confusing times. And as we walk, let us remember that every step is a step home, and that home is exactly where we are, in the heart of this beautiful and changing moment. There is a story of a wise old man who lived in a small village and was loved by everyone for his kindness, his humor, and his deep and simple wisdom. One day, a young man came to him and asked, "How can you be so happy and so at peace, when you have so little and when you have faced so many hardships?" The old man smiled and said, "It is very simple. I have realized that the me who was suffering is no longer here, and the me who is happy is also just passing through. I don't try to hold on to the happy one, and I don't try to push away the suffering one, I just let them both come and go as they please like guests in a quiet inn. Because I am the host and not the guests, I am never troubled by their behavior or by the length of their stay in my house. I just keep the room clean, the fire burning, and the heart open, and everything else takes care of itself in its own natural and perfect way." We can all be the host of our own lives, welcoming every experience with a kind heart and a quiet mind, without getting lost in the drama of the ego. We find that the more we can stay in the position of the host, the more peaceful and joyous our lives become for ourselves and for those around us. We are not the emotions, we are not the thoughts, and we are not the stories, we are the wide and silent space that allows them all to be. This is the great discovery, the final realization that brings an end to all struggle and all conflict within our own hearts and in the world at large. It is the discovery of the selfless heart, which is the true heart of every one of us, waiting to be revealed and to shine its light on the path of our lives. So let us be quiet, let us be still, and let us listen to the heartbeat of the universe, which is also the heartbeat of our own true and eternal nature. In that heartbeat, we find the answer to every question, the cure for every pain, and the source of a love that will never, ever fade or go away. And as we continue our journey, let us move with the grace and the ease of a river flowing to the sea, knowing that we are already part of the vast and beautiful whole. Every moment is a gift, every breath is a blessing, and every heart is a holy place where the light of the divine is always shining brightly. Let us cherish this light, let us nurture this peace, and let us live our lives in a way that honors the beauty and the mystery of this wonderful and sacred existence. For in the end, there is only the one life, the one love, and the one heart that we all share in the silence and the space of our true being. And that one is you, that one is me, and that one is everything that has ever been or will ever be in this magnificent and eternal dance of life. So let us dance, let us sing, and let us love with all our heart, for we are the music, we are the song, and we are the love that makes it all possible. The path of egolessness is not a path of giving up life, but a path of entering life more fully, more deeply, and with a much greater sense of joy and freedom. It is the path of the heart, the path of wisdom, and the path that leads us all back to the source of our true and eternal happiness. Let us walk it together, with open minds and open hands, supporting each other and sharing the light of our own awakening as we go. And as we walk, let us never forget the simple and beautiful truth that we are already home, and that everything is already exactly as it should be. This is the peace that passeth all understanding, the joy that has no cause, and the love that knows no boundaries or limits of any kind. It is our birthright, our true nature, and the final destination of our long and winding journey through the many seasons of our existence. So let us rest in this truth, let us live in this peace, and let us be the light that warms the world and brings comfort to every heart that is searching for the way. The story of the self is a long and complicated one, full of ups and downs, but the story of no self is simple, clear, and full of an endless and beautiful light. Let us choose the light, let us choose the peace, and let us choose the love that is the true heart of who and what we really are in this life. There was once a young monk who found a small, withered plant in the garden and decided to take care of it with all his heart and all his attention. He watered it every day, protected it from the wind, and spoke to it as if it were a dear and precious friend who needed his help to survive. The plant slowly began to grow, and after many weeks, it produced a single, beautiful flower that was more radiant than any other flower in the entire garden. The monk was so proud of his plant and so attached to the flower that he began to worry about it being stolen or damaged by the sun or the rain. He stayed awake at night to guard it, and he became so stressed and anxious that he could no longer enjoy the beauty of the very thing he had nurtured. His teacher saw his struggle and said, "You have forgotten that the beauty of the flower is in its freedom, not in your possession or your protection of it. If you want to truly enjoy the flower, you must let it be part of the garden, part of the sun, and part of the wind, without trying to keep it for yourself." The monk realized his mistake and let go of his attachment, and as he did, his heart became as light and as open as the flower itself. He could finally see the beauty not just in his plant, but in every plant and every blade of grass in the garden, for they were all part of the same life. His ego had turned a simple act of kindness into a source of suffering, but his wisdom turned it back into a source of joy and peace. This is the lesson of the selfless heart, to care deeply without clinging, to love fully without owning, and to live with an open hand and an open heart. When we let go of the need to possess, we find that the entire world belongs to us, and we belong to the entire world in a way that is truly beautiful. We can enjoy the sunset, the flowers, and the smiles of our friends without any fear of loss, because we know that the essence of beauty can never be lost. It is always here, in one form or another, changing and moving like the clouds in the sky, but always part of the same and eternal light. So let us be like the monk, caring for our world and our hearts with tenderness and love, but always remembering the freedom that is our true and ultimate nature. In this freedom, there is no fear, there is no lack, and there is no separate self to be hurt or to be forgotten by the passage of time. There is only the one life, flowing through us all like a great and mighty river, carrying us home to the sea of infinite and eternal peace. And that is where we are going, and that is where we have always been, in the heart of the truth that is beyond all words and all thoughts. So breathe in the peace, breathe out the love, and let your heart be as wide as the universe, for that is what you truly and fundamentally are. Every moment is an invitation to wake up, to let go, and to be the light that you were born to be in this wonderful and sacred life. Take the invitation, step into the light, and let your journey be a song of joy and a testament to the power of the selfless heart in action. The world is waiting for your smile, your kindness, and your peace, so do not hide them, but share them freely with every soul you meet on your path. For in giving, we receive, and in losing ourselves, we find the true and eternal self that is the source of all our happiness and all our love. This is the beauty of the path of selflessness, the path that leads to the ultimate reality and to the very source of life. May your walk be light, may your heart be full, and may your life be a blessing to all who cross your path in this magnificent dance of existence. And as the day turns into night, and the night turns into a new and bright morning, may you always find the peace that is your true and eternal home. The silence of the stars, the whisper of the wind, and the heartbeat of the earth are all telling you the same beautiful and simple truth. You are love, you are light, and you are the space where everything and everyone is welcome, exactly as they are in this moment. Rest in that truth, live in that peace, and let your heart be the garden where the flowers of wisdom and compassion bloom for all to see. For that is who you are, and that is why you are here, in this beautiful and wondrous world that we are all privileged to share together. And as we continue, let the words fade and the silence grow, for it is in the silence that the true and final realization of the selfless heart is found. Listen with your whole being, and you will hear the song that has no end, the song that is the very breath of the universe and the light of your own soul. It is a song of selflessness, a song of one and only, and a song of a love that will never fade or leave our hearts. May that song be your guide, your comfort, and your joy, today and every day of your wonderful and sacred journey through this life. And as we move forward together, let us hold the hand of the person next to us, for we are all walking each other home in this great and beautiful mystery. No one is left behind, and no one is alone, for we are all parts of the same heart, and that heart is beating for every one of us, now and forever. So let us be at peace, let us be in love, and let us be the selfless light that warms the world and brings all hearts back to the truth. This is the final word, and yet it is only the beginning of a life that is lived in the fullness of our true and eternal nature. Welcome home, my friends, to the heart of the universe, and to the beauty and the peace of your own selfless and eternal soul. There was a story of a young child who was playing with a ball and accidentally threw it into a deep, dark hole in the ground. He was so sad and started to cry, thinking that his favorite toy was gone forever and that he would never be happy again. But then a wise old grandfather came by, took a small mirror from his pocket, and used it to reflect the bright sunlight into the hole. The light illuminated the bottom, and the child saw that the ball was right there, and that the hole was not as deep or as dark as he had feared. With a long stick and a little bit of patience, they were able to fish the ball out, and the child was soon playing again with a happy heart. The hole is our confusion, the ball is our peace, and the mirror of the grandfather is the wisdom of the teachings that shine a light into our hearts. When we think we have lost our way or our joy, we just need a little bit of light to see that the truth is still right there, waiting for us to find it. We don't need to be afraid of the dark, for the light of our true nature is always with us, ready to show us the way back to the surface and to the sun. Every problem we face is like that hole. It seems big and scary when we look at it from the outside, but with a little wisdom, we can see through it. The ego wants to stay in the dark and cry, but the heart wants to find the light and play, and we always have the choice of which one to listen to in our lives. Let us choose the light, let us choose the mirror, and let us help each other to find the peace and the joy that are our true and eternal birthright. This is the work of a lifetime, but it is the only work that truly matters, for it is the work that leads us to the heart of who we really are. And as we walk this path, let us be patient with ourselves and with each other, for we are all learning how to use the mirror and how to find the light. There is no rush, and there is no race, for the destination is already here, and the journey is just the beautiful process of discovering it for ourselves. So let us enjoy the walk, the light, and the company of our fellow travelers, as we move together toward the heart of the great and beautiful mystery of life. Every step is a blessing, every breath is a miracle, and every heart is a holy place where the light of the truth is always shining, if we only have the eyes to see. And as we look at each other with eyes of love and wisdom, we see that there is no separate self, only the one light reflected in 1,000 different mirrors. This is the beauty of the selfless heart, a beauty that is as old as the stars and as fresh as the morning dew on a new and vibrant flower. It is the truth of selflessness, the truth of the one, and the truth of the love that will never, ever end in this magnificent and eternal dance of existence. So let us live in that truth, let us be that love, and let us share that light with the entire world, for that is our true and eternal destiny. The story continues, as it always does, but the heart is at peace, for it has found its home and its true and final refuge in the silence and the space of being. Welcome to the heart of the universe, and to the beautiful and eternal song of your own selfless and radiant soul. May the peace that you find here be with you always, and may the love that you share here warm the hearts of everyone you meet on your wonderful and sacred path. For you are the light, you are the peace, and you are the one who is making the world a more beautiful and a more loving place, one breath at a time. Keep going, keep growing, and keep shining your light, for the world needs you now more than ever, in all your beautiful and selfless glory. And as we finish this part of our journey, let us remember that the real journey is just beginning, in every new and precious moment of our lives. With an open heart and a quiet mind, let us step into the future with confidence and with grace, knowing that we are always exactly where we need to be. For there is no self to be lost, only the infinite and eternal beauty of being to be found and to be shared with all of life. This is the way of the heart, the way of wisdom, and the way that leads us all back to the source of our true and eternal happiness. And so it is, in the silence, in the space, and in the love that knows no boundaries and no end in this magnificent and eternal dance of life. There is a subtle, profound joy in the realization that we do not have to be the masters of our own destiny in every single waking moment, for the universe itself has a rhythm that carries us along. If we watch the way a master weaver works, their hands move with such speed and precision that the individual threads seem to disappear into a single, flowing motion of color and texture. The weaver is not thinking about the left hand or the right hand, they are not even thinking about the pattern, they have become the weaving itself, a living expression of creativity and focus. In our daily lives, we often struggle because we are trying to be both the weaver and the thread, trying to control every outcome while simultaneously being swept away by the winds of change. When we step into the space of selflessness, we let go of the need to be the person in charge, allowing the natural intelligence of life to guide our steps and our choices. This is like leaning back into a deep, comfortable chair after a long day of standing, feeling the relief of no longer having to hold ourselves up by sheer force of will. There was once a young student who lived in a monastery nestled high in the misty mountains, where the air was always cool and the silence was as thick as the forest moss. He was obsessed with the idea of achieving a perfect state of mind, a place where no anger, no greed, and no confusion could ever reach him again. He spent hours sitting in meditation, but every time a bird chirped or a fly buzzed near his ear, he felt a surge of irritation that he was being interrupted. He went to his master and complained that the world was too noisy, too chaotic, and too full of distractions for him to find the peace he was looking for in his soul. The master took him to a nearby waterfall, where the water crashed down upon the rocks with a roar that made it impossible to hear anything else in the surroundings. He told the student to sit by the edge of the falling water and listen, not to the noise, but to the silence that lived right in the center of the roar. The student was confused at first, but as he sat there day after day, he realized that the waterfall didn't care about his opinions, his goals, or his sense of self. It just fell, and in its falling, it was perfectly at peace, not because it was quiet, but because it had no resistance to the way things were. He understood then that his irritation was not caused by the bird or the fly, but by his own ego trying to protect a fragile and imaginary state of perfection. When he stopped trying to be the one who was meditating and just became part of the sound and the mist, the noise of the world became a symphony of life. We often build a wall around our hearts, thinking that we are protecting our peace, but we are actually just creating a prison that keeps the beauty of the world away from us. The ego is the architect of that wall, constantly adding bricks of judgment, fear, and pride to make sure that nothing can shake our sense of who we are. But true peace is not found behind a wall, it is found in the openness that allows everything to move through us without leaving a single scratch or a single stain. Think of a wide, sandy beach that receives the tide every day, letting the waves wash over it and the children play on its surface without any complaint. The beach does not try to hold on to the shells that the ocean brings, nor does it feel empty when the tide goes out and leaves only the damp, dark sand. It is just there, a vast and welcoming space that accepts the gifts and the losses of the sea with an equal heart and a quiet, enduring patience. If we can be like that beach, we find that our lives are no longer a struggle against the world, but a beautiful dance with the rhythms of existence. There is a story about a traveler who was carrying a heavy sack of stones on his back, walking down a long and dusty road under the heat of the midday sun. He was so focused on the weight of the sack and the pain in his shoulders that he didn't notice the beautiful flowers by the wayside or the shade of the trees. A kind stranger pulled up in a wagon and offered him a ride, and the traveler climbed up, but he kept the heavy sack of stones on his tired and aching back. The stranger asked him why he didn't set the sack down on the floor of the wagon, and the traveler replied that he didn't want to burden the horses with his load. We often do the same thing with our lives. We take refuge in the practice of wisdom, but we still carry the heavy sack of our ego, our worries, and our identities. We think that if we let go of our burdens, we will be irresponsible or that we will somehow lose our place in the world, but the wagon of life is already carrying us. The horses of the universe are strong enough to carry all our stones, and all we have to do is set them down and enjoy the view as we move toward our destination. By letting go of the me who is carrying the load, we find that the load itself vanishes, for it was only the ego that gave the stones their weight and their power. We can walk through our days with a light heart and a clear mind, doing what needs to be done without the extra baggage of our personal drama. This is the secret of the selfless heart. It is not a heart that does nothing, but a heart that does everything with a sense of ease and a spirit of joyful play. There was once a king who was very proud of his garden, which was filled with the rarest plants and the most exotic birds from every corner of the vast and colorful earth. He hired a gardener who was known for his ability to make anything grow, and the king gave him strict orders to make the garden the most beautiful in the world. The gardener worked in silence, and instead of building more fountains or planting more rows of flowers, he began to remove the fences that separated the different sections. He allowed the wild grass to grow among the lilies, and he let the mountain stream flow naturally through the center of the garden without any stone walls to contain it. The king was angry at first, thinking that the garden looked messy and that his control over it was being lost to the chaos of the wild and untamed nature. But as the seasons passed, the garden became a place of such vibrant life and such deep peace that the king found himself spending all his time there. The birds sang louder, the flowers smelled sweeter, and the king realized that the beauty was not in the order he had imposed, but in the harmony that happened on its own. By letting go of his ego's need for control, he allowed the garden to become a true sanctuary, a place where his soul could finally rest and find its home. Our minds are like that garden, and the ego is the one who wants to build fences, separate the good thoughts from the bad, and control every single growing thing. But when we remove the fences of the self, we find that our thoughts and feelings can flow like a natural stream, without creating any conflict or any distress. We find that the wild and the beautiful can live together in the same space, and that our true nature is not a collection of neat rows, but a vast and fertile landscape. This openness is the essence of wisdom, a quality that allows us to be at home in our own skin and at home in the world, regardless of what is happening. It is the freedom of the sky, which allows the birds to fly, the clouds to move, and the sun to shine without ever being crowded or ever being moved from its place. Think of a master archer who stands before a target, their bow drawn and their eyes fixed on the center, yet their mind is as still as a lake on a windless night. They are not thinking about the prize, they are not thinking about the crowd, and they are not even thinking about whether they will hit or miss the mark. In that moment of perfect stillness, the archer, the bow, the arrow, and the target all become one single, unified event in the vastness of the present moment. When the string is released, the arrow flies not because the archer willed it, but because the entire universe conspired to let it go at exactly the right time. This is the power of selflessness in action, a power that is far greater than any effort of the ego, for it is the power of life itself moving through a clear channel. We can bring this same quality to everything we do, from the most important decisions to the simplest tasks like sweeping the floor or washing the dishes. When there is no I trying to be good or trying to succeed, there is just the doing, and the doing becomes a form of prayer, a form of art, and a form of pure love. There was a story of a young monk who was very frustrated because he felt that he was not as holy or as wise as the other monks in his quiet and peaceful temple. He spent all his time trying to act like a saint, walking slowly, speaking softly, and trying to keep a look of perfect serenity on his tired and stressed face. One day, he saw an old monk who was known for his great wisdom sitting in the kitchen, eating a simple bowl of rice with such obvious and hearty enjoyment. The old monk was laughing at a joke, his robes were a bit messy, and he looked like the most ordinary person you could ever meet in a crowded market. The young monk asked him, "How can you be so wise and yet be so ordinary, and shouldn't a person of your status be more serious and more controlled in their behavior?" The old monk smiled and said, "When I eat, I just eat, when I sleep, I just sleep, and when I talk to a friend, I just talk to a friend without any hidden motive. The saint you are trying to be is just another mask for your ego, a way for you to feel special and to stand apart from the rest of the world and the people in it. The true wisdom is to be exactly who you are, without any pretense and without any need to be anything more than a simple and honest human being." The young monk realized that his search for holiness was actually a search for a better ego, and that the real path was to let go of the need to be a saint at all. He started to enjoy his life, to laugh at his own mistakes, and to be kind to himself and to others in a way that was natural and completely unforced. He found that by becoming ordinary, he became extraordinary, for he was finally free to be the light of his own true and beautiful nature. This is the invitation of the path, to stop trying to be someone and to start enjoying the wonderful experience of being no one in particular. When we are no one, we are free from the pressure of expectations, free from the fear of failure, and free from the constant need to be liked and approved. We can move through the world with a sense of curiosity and wonder, like a child exploring a new garden for the very first time on a sunny morning. We can find joy in the small things, like the taste of a fresh apple, the feel of the wind on our face, or the sound of a friend's voice on the telephone. These are the true treasures of life, and they are available to us every single day if we only have the heart to receive them without any conditions. The ego is always looking for the big thing, the spectacular thing, the thing that will finally make us feel complete and satisfied with ourselves. But completeness is not something we achieve, it is something we recognize, a quality that has always been there, even in the middle of our most difficult times. It is like the sun that is always shining behind the clouds, waiting for the moment when the wind blows the mist away and reveals the bright and golden light. Our practice is simply to be the wind, letting go of the thoughts and the beliefs that cloud our vision and hide our true and radiant self from our own eyes. There was a story of a great artist who was asked to paint a picture of the wind, and he spent many months trying to find a way to capture the invisible force. He painted trees bending, waves crashing, and dust swirling, but he felt that he was only painting the effects of the wind and not the wind itself. Finally, he took a blank canvas and painted a single, delicate leaf floating in the middle of a vast and empty white space, without any other detail or color. He said that the space around the leaf was the wind, for it was the thing that allowed the leaf to move and to stay in the air with such grace and such beauty. Our ego is like the leaf, and our true nature is like the space, the invisible and infinite presence that allows everything to happen without ever being seen. We spend so much time worrying about the leaf, its shape, its color, and its position, that we forget the wind that is carrying us and the space that is holding us. If we can shift our attention to the space, we find a sense of peace that is not affected by the movements or the changes of the leaf in our daily lives. We can watch our thoughts come and go, our feelings rise and fall, and our bodies grow and change, knowing that the space of our awareness remains the same. This is the ultimate refuge, a place of stillness and silence that is always with us, even in the middle of the most busy and noisy day in the city. We can return to this refuge with every breath, reminding ourselves that we are not the drama, we are the stage on which the drama is being performed. This realization brings a deep sense of relief, for it means that nothing that happens to us can ever truly harm us or take away our essential peace. We can face the challenges of life with a steady hand and a kind heart, knowing that we are part of something much larger and more enduring than our small self. There was a story of a group of travelers who were crossing a great desert and found a beautiful oasis with a clear, cool spring and many fruit-bearing trees. They were so happy to find water and food that they began to fight over who would own the trees and who would have the right to drink from the spring first. They spent their days building fences and guarding their territory, and they were so busy being angry at each other that they didn't enjoy the peace of the oasis. Finally, the spring dried up, and the trees withered, leaving them with nothing but their fences and their anger in the middle of the hot and dry desert. They realized then that the oasis was a gift for everyone, and that by trying to own it, they had destroyed the very thing that was keeping them alive. The ego is the one who wants to own the oasis, thinking that by controlling the resources of life, we will finally be safe and happy in our own small world. But the beauty and the joy of life come from the sharing, from the recognition that we are all drinking from the same spring and eating from the same tree. When we let go of the idea of mine and yours, we find that the oasis is everywhere, and that the spring of peace is always flowing in our own hearts. We can share our time, our energy, and our love with others without any fear of running out, for the source of these things is infinite and eternal. The more we give, the more we have, for giving is the natural expression of a heart that is free from the narrow interests of the separate self. This is the true wealth of a human being, not the things we accumulate, but the connections we build and the kindness we spread in the world around us. In the time of the Buddha, there was a woman who lost her only child and was so consumed by grief that she could not find any reason to keep on living. She went to the Buddha and begged him to bring her child back to life, thinking that this was the only way her pain would ever go away and her heart would be whole again. The Buddha told her to go to the village and find a single mustard seed from a house where no one had ever lost a loved one, and then he would help her. The woman went from house to house, but everywhere she went, she heard stories of loss, of sorrow, and of the many people who had passed away over the years. She realized that her pain was not hers alone, but was a part of the human experience, a thread that connected her to every other heart in the entire village. When she returned to the Buddha, she didn't ask for her child to be brought back, but she asked for the wisdom to carry her grief with grace and with compassion. She found that by sharing her sorrow with others, her heart became wider and her burden became lighter, for she was no longer alone in her suffering. Her ego had tried to make her pain a unique and isolated event, but her wisdom showed her that she was part of a great and universal family of hearts. This is the power of the selfless heart. It turns our personal tragedies into a source of deep connection and a reason for even greater kindness toward others. We don't have to hide our pain or pretend that we are okay, we can just be open and honest about our struggles, knowing that we are all in this together. By being vulnerable, we invite others to be vulnerable too, and in that shared space, we find the true healing and the true peace that we all seek. There is a beautiful story about a man who was walking through a forest and saw a fox that had no legs and was unable to hunt for its own food. The man wondered how the fox stayed alive, and as he watched, a lion came by with a piece of meat in its mouth and shared it with the disabled fox. The man was amazed and thought that if God took care of the fox in such a way, then he didn't need to work or to worry about his own survival at all. He sat down under a tree and waited for someone to bring him food, but as the days passed, he only became more hungry and more weak in his lonely place. Finally, he heard a voice in his heart saying, "Why are you choosing to be the disabled fox, when you have the strength and the ability to be the lion?" The lesson is that selflessness is not about being passive or being a victim, but about using our strength and our resources to help others who are in need. We can be the lion who shares the meat, the person who offers a hand, and the heart that provides comfort and hope to those who are struggling in the dark. When we act from a place of no self, we are not looking for a reward or for recognition, we are simply being a channel for the natural kindness of the world. This brings a sense of purpose and a feeling of fulfillment that the ego can never find, for it is always looking for what it can get rather than what it can give. By being the lion, we find that we are also being fed, for the act of giving is the most nourishing and the most satisfying thing a human being can ever do. Think of a mother who takes care of her child, staying awake through the night and putting the child's needs before her own with such natural and total devotion. She does not feel like she is losing herself, she feels like she is expanding herself to include the life and the happiness of the little one she loves so much. In that love, there is no I and there is no you, there is only the bond of care and the joy of seeing another being flourish and grow under her gentle touch. This is a glimpse of the selfless heart that we can all cultivate, expanding our circle of care to include our friends, our neighbors, and even the people we don't know. When we live in this way, the world becomes a much smaller and more friendly place, for everywhere we look, we see our own family and our own heart reflected back at us. We find that we have more energy, more patience, and more joy than we ever thought possible, for we are no longer wasting our strength on the small interests of the ego. We are tapped into a source of vitality that is as deep as the ocean and as boundless as the sky, a source that is always ready to support us and to guide us. There was once a young man who was very talented at playing the flute, and he wanted to be the most famous musician in the entire kingdom and beyond. He practiced for many years, and his music was technically perfect, but people said that it lacked a certain soul, a certain warmth that would touch their hearts. He went to a master musician and asked for the secret, and the master told him to go and play for the old trees in the forest and the birds in the air for 1 year. The young man was confused, but he followed the advice, playing his flute in the silence of the woods, with no audience to applaud him and no fame to be gained. As he played, he began to listen to the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the bubbling brook, and the songs of the birds, and he realized his music was part of them. He stopped trying to be a great musician and just became the breath that moved through the flute, letting the music play itself through his heart and his hands. When he returned to the city, his music was so beautiful and so moving that people wept when they heard it, for they could feel the entire world in every single note. The master told him that his music finally had soul because he had lost his ego, and when the ego is gone, the truth of the universe can finally be heard by all. Our lives are the flute, and the spirit is the breath, and the music we make is the love and the kindness that we share with the world in our daily actions. When we let go of the need to be impressive, we become truly beautiful, and our lives become a song that brings comfort and joy to everyone who hears it. We don't need to be famous or to be special to make a difference, we only need to be clear and to be open to the music that is always playing within us. This is the beauty of the path of selflessness. It is a path that brings us back to the simplicity and the truth of who we have always been before the world told us who to be. It is a path of discovery, of awakening, and of a love that is so deep and so wide that it can change the world one heart and one breath at a time. So let us be the flute, let us be the breath, and let us be the music that heals the broken hearts and brings peace to the restless minds of our brothers and sisters. There was a story about a man who was searching for the key to a treasure box that he had found in his attic, thinking it was full of gold and precious jewels. He looked everywhere, in every drawer, under every carpet, and even asked his neighbors if they had seen the key, but it was nowhere to be found in his house. He became so frustrated and so tired that he finally sat down on the box itself, ready to give up and to accept that he would never know what was inside the chest. In that moment of letting go, he felt something cold under his hand, and he realized that the key was already hanging from the lock, hidden by a piece of old cloth. The treasure was right there all along, and the search was the only thing that was keeping him from seeing the truth of what he already possessed in his own home. The ego is the one who is always searching, always looking for the key to happiness in the future, in another place, or in the approval of other people in the world. But the key is already here, in the present moment, and the treasure is the peace and the love that are the very nature of our own heart and our own being. We don't need to go anywhere or to do anything to find the truth, we only need to stop looking and to be still, letting the light of awareness reveal what is already here. This is the great rest, the moment when we realize that the search is over and that we are already everything we were ever hoping to become in this life. We can open the box and find that it is not full of gold, but full of something much more precious, a light that can never be lost and a joy that has no end. This light is the essence of selflessness, a quality that is both empty and full at the same time, like the blue sky that holds the sun and the stars with such ease. We can share this light with everyone, for the more we give it away, the more it shines in our own lives and in the lives of those we touch with our heart. Think of a fountain that is connected to a deep, underground spring, and how it keeps flowing and sparkling in the sun, regardless of who is watching or who is drinking. The fountain doesn't ask for praise, it doesn't try to be better than the other fountains, and it doesn't worry if it will ever run out of water for the travelers. It just flows, because its nature is to flow, and in its flowing, it brings beauty and life to the entire garden and to every person who stops to enjoy its cool spray. We can be like that fountain, letting the love and the wisdom of our true nature flow through us into the world, without any effort and without any pride in our heart. When we are connected to the spring of no self, we find that our energy is limitless, and that our ability to be kind and to be patient is always growing and expanding. We are not the source of the water, we are the channel, and as long as the channel is clear, the water will keep on flowing and bringing life to everyone we meet. This clarity is the result of our practice, the process of letting go of the self and staying present with the truth of each moment as it arises and as it passes away. It is a beautiful and a simple way to live, a way that brings peace to the heart and a light to the mind that can never be extinguished by the storms of the world. There was a story of a young man who was lost in a dark forest and was so afraid that he began to run, hitting trees and falling into deep pits in his desperate struggle. The more he ran, the more lost he became, and the more the darkness seemed to close in around him like a heavy and cold blanket that he couldn't escape. Finally, he was too exhausted to move, and he sat down on the ground, leaning against an old oak tree and closing his eyes in a state of absolute surrender. As he sat there in the silence, he began to notice the small sounds of the forest, the crickets chirping, the wind in the leaves, and the distant call of a night bird. He realized that the forest was not his enemy, and that the darkness was just the absence of light and not a physical thing that could ever hurt him. He stayed still until the morning sun began to rise, and in the light of the new day, he saw that the path was right in front of him, hidden only by his own fear. Our ego is like the man running in the dark, driven by fear and by the desire to escape the uncertainty and the changes of life that we all face every day. But when we stop and sit still, we find that the light of wisdom is always there, waiting for the moment when we are quiet enough to see it and to follow it. The darkness of our confusion is not a solid thing, it is just the lack of awareness, and it vanishes the moment we choose to be present and to be honest with ourselves. We find that the path is always right under our feet, and that we are never truly lost as long as we have the courage to be still and to listen to our own heart. This is the peace of selflessness, a peace that does not depend on everything being perfect, but on our ability to see the perfection in everything as it is. We can walk through the forest of life with a sense of wonder and a heart that is full of gratitude, knowing that every tree and every shadow is a part of the journey. We are not alone in the dark, for the entire universe is right there with us, guiding our steps and providing us with the light we need to find our way back home. And that home is not a place in the future, it is a state of being in the present, a place where there is no self and only the infinite beauty of the light. There was once a wise teacher who was asked to define the difference between a person with a large ego and a person with a selfless heart in a simple way. The teacher pointed to a bucket of water and said, "The person with a large ego is like a drop of ink that falls into the bucket, turning the whole thing dark and cloudy. The person with a selfless heart is like a handful of salt that falls into the bucket, dissolving completely and making the water more flavorful without changing its clarity." When we have a large ego, we want to color the world with our own opinions, our own desires, and our own personal stories, making everything about us and our life. But when we have a selfless heart, we dissolve into the world, adding our own unique flavor of kindness and wisdom without ever needing to be seen or recognized. We become part of the whole, and in our disappearing, we find a much greater and more enduring presence than the ego could ever achieve through its own efforts. This is the beauty of the middle way, a way that is neither being too much nor being too little, but being exactly what the world needs in each and every moment. We can be the salt that brings out the flavor of life for others, helping them to find their own joy and their own peace in the middle of their own struggles. This is the most natural and the most beautiful way to live, a way that brings a deep and quiet satisfaction to the soul and a light to the world that never fades. In the story of our lives, the ego is just one character among many, and it is not the most important one, though it often tries to convince us that it is the hero. The true hero is the selfless heart, the one who is willing to let go, to serve, and to love without any expectation of a happy ending or a grand reward in the future. When we follow the heart, we find that the story is much more interesting and much more beautiful than the ego could ever imagine or ever plan on its own. We find that every chapter is a gift, every character is a teacher, and every moment is an opportunity to practice the art of no self and the grace of pure presence. This is the journey we are all on, a journey that has no end, for the heart is infinite and the love of the universe is a song that is always playing in our own soul. So let us listen to the song, let us follow the heart, and let us be the light that warms the world and brings all beings back to the peace of their own true nature. For in the end, there is no separate self, only the one light, the one love, and the one heartbeat that we all share in the silence and the space of our own being. Welcome to the heart of the universe, where everything is one and where the beauty of the light is the only truth that truly matters in this life and beyond. May you always find the strength to let go, the courage to be kind, and the wisdom to see the light in everyone and in everything you encounter on your path. For you are the light, you are the peace, and you are the love that you have been searching for all this time, and it is a love that will never, ever end. Rest in this truth, live in this peace, and let your heart be the garden where the seeds of wisdom and compassion grow and bloom for the benefit of all. And as we move together toward the next part of our journey, let us hold the vision of a world that is free from ego and full of the light of the selfless heart. For we are the creators of that world, one thought, one word, and one action at a time, in the beautiful and the sacred dance of our own shared existence. There is no more fear, there is no more doubt, for the light has arrived and the path is clear, leading us all back home to the heart of the great and beautiful mystery. Every breath is a reminder of our connection, every heartbeat is a call to awaken, and every moment is an opportunity to be the love that we truly and fundamentally are. So let us be awake, let us be connected, and let us be the love that heals the world and brings all hearts back to the peace and the truth of their own soul. The journey continues, but the destination is here, in the heart of the now, where the light is always shining and where the soul is always free from all limits. Welcome home, my friends, to the beauty of the selfless heart and to the infinite and eternal peace of your own true and radiant and selfless being. There was a story about a young girl who found a broken bird and spent all her time trying to fix its wing, hoping that it would one day fly again in the sky. She was so focused on the bird that she forgot to eat, she forgot to sleep, and she forgot to enjoy the beauty of the world around her in her own small garden. Her grandfather told her that the bird was not the only thing that needed care, and that she should also take care of the garden and the flowers that were growing there. She realized then that by focusing so much on one thing, she was losing her connection to the whole, and that her care was becoming a source of stress and not joy. She started to take care of the whole garden, including the bird, and she found that her heart became much lighter and her love became much wider and more peaceful. The bird eventually flew away, and the girl was not sad, for she knew that it was part of the sky and that she was part of the garden, and they were all connected. Our ego is like that focus on one thing, making us lose sight of the beauty and the light of the entire universe that is always present in our own daily lives. When we expand our care to include everything, we find that our love becomes a powerful and a healing force that can touch every heart and every soul on the earth. This is the grace of selflessness, a grace that brings a deep and quiet joy, a love that has no limits, and a life that is as free as the birds in the high air. May you always find the balance between caring and clinging, between doing and being, and between the small self and the vast and infinite space of your own heart. For that is the path of wisdom, and it is the only path that leads us to the true and final peace that we all seek in this beautiful and changing and wonderful life. Imagine a clear, glass vessel standing on a wooden table in the middle of a sunlit room, catching the golden rays of the morning and scattering them in 1,000 different directions. The vessel is valuable not because of the glass itself, but because of its capacity to be filled with water, with wine, or even with the simple, invisible air that we all breathe to stay alive. If the glass were filled with solid lead, it would be heavy, difficult to move, and unable to serve its true purpose of containing something else that could nourish a thirsty traveler. Our sense of self is often like that lead, a heavy and dense weight that we carry within us, making our hearts rigid and leaving no room for the fresh experiences of the world to enter. When we begin to practice the art of being transparent, we find that the light of wisdom can pass through us without any obstruction, illuminating everything we touch with a gentle and healing glow. We stop being a solid obstacle in the middle of the room and become a window, a clear opening that allows the beauty of the garden outside to be seen and felt by everyone who is inside. There was once a young woman who was a very talented weaver of silk, and she spent her days creating intricate patterns that told the stories of her ancestors and the legends of her land. She was so deeply identified with her skill that she felt a sharp pain in her chest whenever someone criticized her work or whenever a single thread went out of place in the loom. She felt that if she were not a weaver, she would be nothing at all, a ghost with no name and no place in the bustling life of her village. She visited an old master who lived on the banks of a river, a man who spent his days watching the water flow and occasionally carving simple wooden spoons for his neighbors. She asked him how he could be so content with such a small and humble task, when he had once been a famous scholar with many titles and many students following his every word. The master picked up a piece of wood and showed her how the grain moved in circles and waves, explaining that the wood was already a spoon before he even touched it with his knife. He said that his only job was to remove the parts of the wood that were not the spoon, just as his only job in life was to remove the parts of himself that were not the truth. He told her that she was not the weaver, but the silk itself, a long and beautiful thread that was being woven by the hands of the universe into a pattern she could not yet see. When she heard this, the tension in her shoulders began to melt away, and she realized that her worth did not depend on the perfection of her cloth, but on the purity of her spirit. She went back to her loom, but now she wove with a heart that was as free as the river, letting the threads fall where they may and finding beauty even in the mistakes and the knots. By letting go of her identity as a master weaver, she became a channel for a beauty that was much older and much deeper than her own small and limited imagination. We often cling to our professions, our roles as parents, or our reputations as good people, fearing that if these things are taken away, we will disappear into the void. But the void is not a place of nothingness, it is the fertile ground from which all things arise, a space of infinite potential where we can be reborn in every single moment. If we are not defined by what we do, then we are free to do anything with a sense of joy and spontaneity, without the fear of failing or the need to be better than others. There is a story about a great library that caught fire in an ancient city, and as the flames grew higher, the people ran in to save the most precious and rare scrolls they could find. One man found a scroll that contained the secret of eternal life, but as he ran out of the building, he saw a small child trapped under a fallen beam in the middle of the smoke. Without a moment of hesitation, he dropped the priceless scroll into the fire and used both his hands to lift the beam and carry the child to the safety of the cool, morning air. He lost the secret of eternal life, but in that selfless act, he found the true meaning of life, which is the capacity to love and to sacrifice the self for the sake of another. The scroll was just words on old paper, a dead thing that his ego wanted to possess, while the child was a living, breathing miracle that needed his help in the now. When we let go of our ideas about what is important and what is holy, we find that the most sacred thing is the simple act of being kind to a living being who is in pain. Our ego is always looking for the grand truth in books and in deep meditations, but the truth is often found in the kitchen, in the street, or in the eyes of a stranger. It is the truth of our common humanity, the realization that there is no me that is separate from you, and that your heartbeat is the same as the one in my own chest. Think of a massive stone bridge that spans a wide and turbulent river, allowing thousands of people to cross safely every day without ever asking for a word of thanks. The bridge endures the heat of the sun, the bite of the frost, and the heavy weight of the carts and the horses, yet it remains silent and steady in its service to the world. It does not think of itself as a great hero, and it does not feel insulted when the mud from the road covers its beautiful stonework or when the birds leave their marks on its arches. A person who has realized the nature of no self is like that bridge, a solid and reliable presence that supports others without needing to be recognized or praised for their effort. They do not have a fragile ego that needs to be fed with compliments, for they have found a source of strength that comes from their deep and silent connection to the earth. There was a story of a young monk who was very proud of his ability to memorize the scriptures, and he would often challenge the other monks to debates to prove his superior knowledge. His teacher saw that his head was becoming very large while his heart was staying very small, so he asked the young man to carry a bucket of water to the top of a high hill. The teacher poked a small hole in the bottom of the bucket, and by the time the monk reached the top, the bucket was empty and his robes were soaked with the spilled water. The monk was frustrated and said that the task was a waste of time, but the teacher pointed to the path behind them, where the spilled water had turned the dry dust into beautiful, green grass. He told the monk that his knowledge was like the water in the bucket, and that if he tried to hold on to it to make himself look important, it would eventually become stagnant and useless. But if he allowed his wisdom to leak out and nourish the world around him, he would create a path of beauty and life that would last long after his words were forgotten by the wind. The young man realized that his ego was the bucket, and that the whole was the grace that allowed him to be useful to others rather than just being a container for dead ideas. He stopped trying to win arguments and started trying to win hearts, using his knowledge to comfort the grieving and to encourage the weary travelers on the road of life. We are all carrying buckets of something, whether it is wealth, talent, or experience, and we often spend our lives trying to keep the bucket full and the water for ourselves. But the true joy of having anything is the ability to give it away, to let it flow through the holes in our ego and into the thirsty ground of the world we live in. The more we give, the more we find that the source is inexhaustible, and that we are being refilled from a spring that is hidden deep within the mountain of our soul. Imagine you are watching a theater performance where one actor plays many different roles, changing their costume and their voice with every new scene that appears on the stage. In one scene they are a king, in the next a beggar, then a thief, and then a wise old grandmother who knows the secrets of the forest and the stars. If the actor forgets that they are acting and starts to believe they really are the king, they will become arrogant and cruel, and they will suffer when the play moves on to the beggar scene. But if they remember their true identity, they can play every role with passion and with skill, knowing that the costumes are just fabric and that the words are just a script. Our ego is the part of us that has forgotten we are acting, the part that takes the roles of our lives so seriously that we become trapped in the drama and the conflict. We think that the insults are real, that the losses are permanent, and that the applause of the audience is the only thing that gives our life its value and its meaning. When we wake up to the truth of no self, we don't stop acting, we just stop being fooled by the costumes and the makeup that we wear every day. We can be a diligent worker, a loving partner, and a responsible citizen, but we keep a small part of our heart in the wings of the theater, where it is always quiet and still. This perspective allows us to be more present in our roles, because we are no longer afraid of what will happen when the curtain falls or when the scene changes without our permission. We can laugh at the absurdity of the plot, and we can cry with the characters, but we never lose the deep and silent peace of the actor who knows that the play is just a play. There was a story about a man who lived in a house with windows made of stained glass, which turned the white light of the sun into brilliant shades of red, blue, and gold. He loved the colors so much that he spent his whole life studying the patterns and the history of the glass, believing that the colors were the most important thing in his world. One day, a storm broke the windows, and for the first time, the man saw the pure, white light of the sun as it really was, without any filter and without any distortion. He realized that while the colors were beautiful, they were only a small and limited part of the light, and that the light itself was much more powerful and much more vast. Our ego is like the stained glass, a set of filters made of our culture, our language, and our personal experiences that color our perception of reality in every moment. We see the world as good or bad, beautiful or ugly, friend or enemy, because we are looking through the glass of our own unique and limited personality. When the glass of the self is broken by wisdom or by life, we see the world in its naked and radiant truth, a place where everything is already perfect just as it is. We see that the light of the divine is in everyone and everything, and that the divisions we created were only shadows in our own tired and confused minds. This does not mean the world becomes gray and boring, but rather that we see the colors for what they are, temporary and beautiful expressions of the one, eternal light. We can enjoy our culture and our individuality, but we are no longer bound by them, for we know that we are the light itself and not just the patterns on the glass. Think of a river that flows through a great city, carrying the waste and the debris of millions of people, yet it remains pure and clear in its own deep and hidden currents. The river does not judge the trash that is thrown into it, and it does not try to hold on to the clean water that comes from the mountains in the spring. It just moves, constantly renewing itself and washing away the stains of the world with its tireless and patient flow toward the distant and calling sea. A heart that understands the nature of emptiness is like that river, a place where thoughts and emotions can arise and pass away without ever leaving a mark on the soul. We can feel anger, we can feel sadness, and we can feel desire, but we don't let these things settle in our hearts and become a part of who we are. We let them flow through us like the trash in the river, knowing that our true nature is the water that is always moving and always fresh in the present moment. There was a story of a young man who was lost in a blizzard and found a small cabin in the woods, where an old man was sitting by a fire and drinking a cup of tea. The young man was shivering and terrified, but the old man just smiled and offered him a seat, telling him that the storm was only a temporary visitor to the forest. The young man asked how he could be so calm when the wind was howling and the trees were breaking outside the thin and fragile walls of the cabin. The old man said that he had spent many years watching the storms, and he had learned that if you don't fight the wind, it cannot break you, and if you don't fear the cold, it cannot freeze your heart. He said that he was not the cabin, and he was not the body sitting by the fire, but he was the silence that was there before the storm and would be there after it was gone. The young man stayed for the night, and when he left in the morning, the world was white and still, and he felt a peace that he had never known in his busy and noisy life. He realized that the old man's secret was the secret of no self, the ability to identify with the unchanging space of the spirit rather than the changing conditions of the world. We are often like the young man, terrified by the blizzards of our emotions and the storms of our circumstances, searching for a cabin to hide in. But we are actually the space in which the storm is happening, a space that is wide enough to hold the wind and the snow without ever being cold or ever being afraid. If we can remember this, we can sit by the fire of our own awareness and watch the world go by with a heart that is full of warmth and a mind that is full of light. There is a beautiful story about a master painter who was asked to paint a mural on the wall of a great temple, a work that would last for 1,000 years and inspire many souls. He worked for many months, and when the mural was finished, it was so realistic that people thought they could step into the painting and walk among the trees and the mountains. The emperor came to see the work and was so impressed that he asked the painter to explain the meaning of the small path that led into the high and misty peaks. The painter smiled, stepped toward the wall, and walked right into the painting, disappearing into the mountains and leaving the emperor standing in the silent hall. The mural remained, but the painter was gone, for he had realized that his true home was not in the world of men and names, but in the beauty he had created from his own heart. Our life is the mural, and our ego is the person who stands outside, admiring the work or criticizing the flaws, always separate from the reality of the experience. Wisdom is the ability to step into the painting, to become one with the colors and the light, and to lose our small self in the vastness of the creation. When we are in the painting, there is no one to be praised and no one to be blamed, there is only the movement of the brush and the silence of the mountains. This is the ultimate goal of the path of selflessness, to disappear into the beauty of the present moment so completely that there is nothing left but the light of pure being. It is a journey that starts with the realization that the wall between us and the world is only an illusion, a trick of the mind that we have been taught to believe is real. As we practice letting go, the wall becomes thinner and more transparent, until one day it vanishes altogether and we find ourselves standing in the middle of the garden. We see that we have always been here, and that the search for the self was only a dream that kept us from noticing the sun and the flowers that were right in front of us. There was a story of a young monk who was very attached to his bowl, which had been given to him by his teacher and was the only thing he owned in the whole world. He would wash it with great care, and he was always worried that it would get chipped or that someone would steal it from him while he was sleeping in the forest. One day, another monk accidentally stepped on the bowl and broke it into many small pieces, and the young monk felt as if his own heart had been shattered along with the clay. He went to his teacher and cried, and the teacher asked him, "When you look at the broken pieces, do you see the bowl or do you see the clay?" The young monk said that he saw only the broken bowl, but the teacher told him to look again, and to see that the clay was still there, unchanged by the accident. The shape of the bowl was a temporary idea, a label that had been given to the clay for a short time, and now that shape was gone, but the essence remained. He said that our lives are like that bowl, a temporary shape that we take for a few years, and that our ego is the attachment we feel to that specific and fragile form. When the form breaks, as it always must, we suffer because we think we have lost ourselves, but we are actually the clay, the eternal and formless substance of the universe. The young monk picked up the pieces and buried them in the garden, and he felt a sudden sense of relief as he realized that he didn't have to carry the bowl anymore. He was free to use any bowl, or even his own hands, to receive the gifts of the world, and he found that the water tasted even sweeter when he was not worried about the container. We are all holding on to our bowls, our names, our bodies, and our stories, thinking they are precious and that they define who we are in this vast and changing life. But if we can see the clay beneath the form, we can let the bowl break with a smile, knowing that we are part of a reality that can never be shattered and never be lost. This perspective brings a deep and quiet courage, for it means that even death is just the breaking of a bowl and the return of the clay to the earth and the light. There is nothing to fear, for we are not the shape, we are the substance, and the substance is infinite, eternal, and full of a love that has no end. Think of a mother who loses herself in the joy of her child's first steps, her whole being focused on the tiny movements and the bright laughter of the little one. In that moment, she is not a wife, she is not a worker, and she is not even a woman with a name, she is only the love that is supporting and encouraging the child. She has become selfless, and in her selflessness, she finds a happiness that is far greater than any pleasure she could ever find for her own small and separate self. This is the power of the heart to expand and to include others, a power that is available to all of us if we only have the courage to let go of our own interests. When we live for others, we find that our lives are filled with a sense of purpose and a richness that the ego can never find through its own selfish grasping. The world becomes a mirror of our own kindness, and everywhere we look, we see opportunities to be the love and the light that we truly are. There was a story about a king who was very lonely and unhappy, despite all his wealth and all his power over the lives and the deaths of his many subjects. He decided to go on a journey in disguise to find the happiest person in his kingdom, and he traveled for many months through the cities and the villages. He met many people who claimed to be happy, but when he looked closer, he saw that their happiness was based on money, on fame, or on the hope of a better future. Finally, he found a poor shepherd sitting on a hillside, singing a simple song and sharing his bread with a stray dog that had followed him from the valley. The king asked the shepherd if he was happy, and the shepherd replied that he didn't know the meaning of the word, for he was too busy enjoying the sun and the air. He said that he had no house, no money, and no name that anyone would remember, but he felt that the mountains and the sky were his brothers and his friends. The king realized that the shepherd was happy because he had no ego to satisfy, and no walls around his heart to keep the beauty of the world away from him. He returned to his palace, but he was no longer a lonely king, for he had learned the secret of finding joy in the simple and the ordinary things of life. He started to share his wealth and his time with his people, and as he became more selfless, he found that his loneliness vanished and his heart was full of peace. He discovered that the true kingdom was not the land he ruled, but the love he felt for every living being in his realm and in the world at large. We can all find that shepherd within us, the part of our soul that is happy to just be, without any titles and without any possessions to define our worth. This is the state of no self, a state of pure and unadorned presence that is the source of all true and lasting happiness in this beautiful and changing life. It is a state that we can return to at any time, by simply taking a breath and letting go of the thoughts and the worries that occupy our minds and our hearts. We find that the world is always here, waiting for us to notice it and to join in the dance of being that has no beginning and no end. There is a story about a man who was walking along the shore and saw thousands of starfish that had been washed up by the tide and were dying in the sun. He began to pick them up one by one and throw them back into the cool and life-giving water, working with a sense of quiet and focused devotion. A stranger came by and mocked him, saying that there were too many starfish and that his small efforts would not make a bit of difference to the world. The man picked up another starfish, threw it into the sea, and said, "It made a difference to that one, and that is enough for me and for my heart." He was not looking for a grand result, and he was not trying to be a hero, he was just responding to the need he saw in front of him with a selfless and kind hand. This is the way of the heart in action, doing the small things with great love and without any thought of the bigger picture or the future reward. We don't need to change the whole world to be selfless, we only need to change our own heart and our own relationship to the people we meet every day. Every kind word, every patient smile, and every act of sharing is a starfish thrown back into the ocean, a small miracle that brings life and hope to the world. When we live in this way, we find that our lives are no longer a burden, but a beautiful and meaningful gift that we are privileged to share with others. We become part of a movement of kindness that is as powerful as the tide and as ancient as the stars, a movement that will eventually heal all hearts. There was once a wise teacher who said that the ego is like a shadow that follows us wherever we go, but it only has power over us as long as we believe it is real. If we walk toward the sun, the shadow stays behind us, and if the sun is directly overhead, the shadow disappears into the soles of our feet and is no more. The sun is the light of wisdom and the light of love, and when we focus our whole being on these things, the self simply vanishes into the light. We are no longer haunted by the past or worried about the future, for we are standing in the middle of the day, where everything is clear and everything is still. This is the peace of selflessness, a peace that is as steady as the sun and as bright as the morning air in a high-end mountain forest. May you always have the courage to walk toward the light, and may your shadow be small and your heart be wide as you travel on your own unique and sacred path. For you are the light, you are the peace, and you are the love that this world is waiting for with an open and a longing heart. And as we continue our journey, let us remember that the destination is not a place, but a way of seeing and a way of being that is free from all self. Welcome to the heart of the universe, where the light is always shining and where every soul is already home in the arms of the infinite and eternal peace. There was a story about a man who was searching for a lost pearl in the middle of a dark and crowded room, bumping into people and furniture in his frantic search. He was so stressed and so angry that he couldn't see anything, and he felt that everyone was in his way and that the world was against his happiness. Finally, he sat down in a corner and closed his eyes, letting his breath become slow and steady and his mind become quiet and still like a deep pond. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the pearl was right there on the floor, catching the light of a small candle that was burning on the other side of the room. The pearl was the peace of his own heart, and the search was the ego that had blinded him to the beauty and the light that were already present in the room. We are all searching for the pearl of happiness, thinking it is something we have lost and that we must find through great effort and through constant struggle. But the pearl is never lost, it is only hidden by the noise of our own thoughts and the movements of our own desires in this busy and crowded life. When we sit still and let the ego quiet down, we see that the pearl is right here, in the middle of our own heart and in the middle of the present moment. We don't need to bump into anyone, and we don't need to be angry at the world, for the light is already here and the path is already clear for us to follow. This is the great discovery of the path of no self, a discovery that brings an end to all searching and all suffering in our own beautiful and sacred lives. So let us be quiet, let us be still, and let us let the light of our true nature reveal the pearls that are hidden in the corners of our own hearts and minds. Every breath is a chance to see clearly, every heartbeat is a chance to love fully, and every moment is a chance to be the peace that we have always been. This is the truth that sets us free, the truth that there is no me and no mine, only the infinite and the eternal light of the universe experiencing itself through us. And in that light, we find a joy that is beyond words, a love that has no end, and a peace that passeth all understanding and all doubt in our wonderful life. May the light always guide you, and may the pearl always shine in your heart, as you move through the seasons and the changes of your own magnificent journey. For you are the pearl, you are the light, and you are the one who is bringing beauty and meaning to every soul you touch with your own selfless and kind heart. And as we move forward together, let us hold the vision of a world that is full of pearls, where every heart is at peace and every mind is clear as the blue sky. For we are the creators of that world, one thought, one word, and one action at a time, in the sacred and the beautiful dance of our shared and eternal existence. Consider for a moment the vastness of the night sky, where stars that died millions of years ago still send their light to touch our eyes, reminding us that presence is not limited by the boundaries of time or the physical survival of a single form. When we look up at that cosmic theater, we do not see separate entities fighting for space, but a grand, silent choreography where every celestial body moves in relation to every other, held together by invisible forces that we can only begin to name. Our lives are much like those stars, briefly burning with the energy of 1,000 causes, casting a unique glow upon the faces of those we love, and eventually fading back into the dark velvet of the universe to make room for new light. The ego is the part of us that wants to grab onto its own light and hold it forever, terrified of the day when the flame will flicker and the individual spark will return to the great sun of existence. But if we can learn to identify with the light itself rather than the lamp that carries it, we find that we have never truly been born and we can never truly die, for the light is the eternal substance of everything. There was once a young monk who spent his days carving intricate wooden statues of the Buddha, hoping that through his craft, he could capture the perfect expression of peace and share it with the world in a way that would last forever. He was so precious about his tools, so protective of his wood, and so anxious about the final result that his hands were often shaking, and the faces he carved always looked a little tense and a little tired. An old master, who spent his days sweeping the temple courtyard and talking to the birds, stopped by one afternoon and asked the young monk why he was working so hard to create a peace that he did not already possess in his own heart. The master took a piece of charcoal and drew a circle on the ground, then he stepped into the center of the circle and told the monk that as long as he stayed inside that line, he would always be a prisoner of his own ideas. He said that the statue was not in the wood, and it was not in the monk's hands, but it was in the space that allowed the wood and the hands to meet and dance together for a short time. The young monk took a deep breath and let go of his tools, and for the first time, he felt the cool breeze on his neck and heard the sound of the master's broom hitting the stone floor with a steady, rhythmic thud. In that moment of letting go, the circle on the ground disappeared, and the monk realized that he was not a carver of statues, but a part of the air, the stone, and the master's simple, honest work. When he picked up his knife again, his hands were steady and his heart was light, and the statues he made from then on seemed to breathe with a life and a serenity that no one could quite explain or describe in words. He had stopped trying to make a name for himself as a great artist and had instead become a humble servant of the wood, letting the beauty of the universe flow through him without any interference from the ego. We often think that our efforts and our struggles are what define us, but it is actually our ability to yield and to become a hollow bone for the spirit that makes our lives truly meaningful and truly beautiful. Think of a massive iceberg floating in the cold, blue waters of the north, with only a small fraction of its great bulk visible to the eyes of the sailors who pass by in their sturdy ships. The iceberg thinks it is a separate, solid island of ice, but it is actually made of the same water as the ocean that surrounds it, frozen into a temporary shape by the cold winds of the past. As it moves south toward the warmth of the sun, it slowly begins to melt, and the ice that once seemed so hard and so permanent returns to the fluid and infinite depths of the sea. The iceberg does not lose its identity when it melts, it regains its true nature as water, a nature that can take any shape, move in any current, and support any form of life that swims within it. Our ego is like that frozen ice, a collection of memories, habits, and fears that have solidified over time into a rigid sense of I that we defend with all our might against the changes of the world. But the sun of wisdom is always shining, inviting us to soften, to let go of our hard edges, and to return to the vast and warm ocean of compassion that is our true and original home. There is a story about a traveler who came across a village where all the people were walking around with heavy mirrors strapped to their chests, so they could see their own reflections at every moment of the day. They were so busy looking at themselves, checking their hair, and admiring their own expressions, that they were constantly bumping into each other and tripping over the stones in the dusty road. The traveler asked them why they carried such a burden, and they replied that without the mirrors, they would forget who they were and would become like the ghosts that have no faces and no names. The traveler led one of the villagers to a clear, still pond and asked him to set his mirror down and look at the reflection in the water, which showed not only his face but also the sky, the trees, and the birds. The villager realized that the mirror had only shown him a small, distorted piece of himself, while the pond showed him his true place in the middle of a wide and wonderful world of light and color. He took off the heavy mirror and felt a sudden lightness in his chest, and as he walked back to the village, he found that he could see the faces of his neighbors and the beauty of the flowers for the very first time. His identity was no longer a fixed image he had to carry, but a living connection to everything around him, a connection that didn't need any glass or any frame to be real. We are all carrying mirrors of one kind or another, trying to maintain a certain image of ourselves in our own minds and in the minds of the people we meet on our long and winding journey. But when we set the mirror down, we find that we don't disappear, we actually expand, becoming the sky, the trees, and the very ground that we walk upon with our own 2 feet. There is a deep and quiet joy in being seen as we are, without any filters and without any costumes, for it is only in our nakedness that we can truly touch the hearts of others and be touched by them in return. Imagine a master gardener who plants seeds in the earth and then steps back, allowing the sun, the rain, and the hidden power of the soil to do the work of bringing the flowers to life. The gardener does not pull on the sprouts to make them grow faster, and they do not feel proud when the roses bloom, for they know they are only a witness to the miracle of nature. They are happy to be a servant of the garden, providing the right conditions and removing the weeds, but never claiming ownership over the beauty that arises from the dark and silent earth. A heart that understands the nature of no self is like that gardener, performing every action with care and with love, but never needing to be the one who gets the credit for the result. They see that their life is a garden that is being tended by 1,000 invisible hands, and that their only job is to stay open and to stay grateful for the blossoms and the thorns alike. There was a story of a young man who was very talented at running, and he entered every race in his kingdom, driven by a desperate need to be known as the fastest and the best in the land. He won many trophies and received much applause, but he always felt a nagging sense of emptiness, a fear that if he ever lost a single race, his whole world would come crashing down around him. One day, he was running through a forest when he saw an old man sitting on a stump, watching the deer move through the trees with a grace that was both effortless and completely silent. The young man stopped and asked the old man how the deer could move so fast without ever looking like they were trying, and why they didn't seem to care about who was winning the race. The old man smiled and said that the deer are not running toward a finish line, they are simply running because it is their nature to move, and they are one with the wind and the leaves under their hooves. He said that the young man was running from himself, trying to outrun the shadow of his own insecurity and his own need for approval from a world that would eventually forget his name. The runner realized that his ego was the finish line, a moving target that he could never quite reach, no matter how fast he ran or how many medals he hung around his tired and aching neck. He started to run just for the joy of the movement, for the feel of the air in his lungs and the strength in his legs, and he found that he was actually faster than he had ever been before. He stopped competing with others and started connecting with the earth, and the empty hole in his heart began to fill with a peace that was far more valuable than any gold or any silver trophy. We are often like that runner, chasing after goals and achievements to prove that we are someone, while the true beauty of life is found in the simple and the selfless act of being in motion. When we let go of the finish line, every step becomes a destination, and every moment becomes a victory that we can celebrate with a quiet smile and a heart that is full of light. Think of a massive, ancient bell that hangs in a high tower, waiting for the monk to strike it with a heavy wooden beam so it can send its deep and resonant sound across the valley. The bell does not hold on to the sound, and it does not try to keep the vibrations for itself, it gives everything away until it is silent and still once again in the cool, morning air. If the bell were filled with cracks or made of soft, dull metal, it would only make a hollow and unpleasant noise that would not reach the ears of the farmers in the distant fields. Our character is like the metal of the bell, refined by the fires of our experiences and the hammer of our practice until we are ready to ring with the truth of the universe. When life strikes us, we can choose to react with a harsh and bitter noise, or we can choose to resonate with a sound of compassion and wisdom that brings peace to everyone who hears it. The ego is the crack in the bell, the place where we are still broken and still separate, which prevents the sound of our true nature from being pure and from being clear. As we heal the cracks of our self-importance and our pride, we find that our presence becomes a song that can lift the spirits of the weary and the lost without any effort on our part. There was once a young girl who found a small, wounded bird in the forest and took it home to care for it, feeding it with tiny drops of water and seeds from her own small hand. She loved the bird so much that she built a beautiful cage for it, decorated with ribbons and flowers, and she spent all her time talking to it and watching its feathers grow back. But as the bird grew stronger, it began to beat its wings against the bars of the cage, its eyes fixed on the blue sky and the high branches of the trees outside her window. The girl was terrified that if she let the bird go, it would forget her and she would be left with nothing but an empty cage and a heavy heart in her lonely room. Her grandmother saw her distress and told her that true love is not about holding on to something, but about providing the strength and the freedom for it to be exactly what it is meant to be. She said that the bird was not hers to keep, but a gift from the sky that she was privileged to hold for a short time, and that the greatest joy was in the act of letting it fly home. The girl opened the cage door with a shaking hand, and the bird flew out, circling her head 3 times with a happy chirp before disappearing into the bright, morning light. She felt a sudden rush of sadness, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of wonder and a feeling of connection to the bird's flight and to the vastness of the entire forest. She realized that the bird had not left her, it had become part of her world in a much larger way, and that her love was now as wide and as open as the sky itself. Our ego is the cage we build for ourselves and for the people we love, thinking that by containing them and by defining them, we can keep them safe and keep them close to our hearts. But the soul is like that bird, meant for the heights and for the unknown, and it can only find its true song when the door is open and the wind is under its vibrant and colorful wings. By practicing no self, we learn to live without cages, allowing our lives and our relationships to flow and to change according to the natural laws of the heart and the mind. We find that the more we let go, the more we have, for the entire world becomes our home and every living being becomes a part of our own deep and silent family. Imagine you are standing on a high cliff overlooking the ocean, watching the waves crash against the rocks and then pull back into the deep, leaving behind only the foam and the mist. You see that the cliff is being slowly worn away by the water, changed by every tide and every storm until it takes on a new shape that is even more beautiful and even more grand. The cliff does not resist the water, and it does not try to hold on to the stones that are carried away by the waves, for it knows that it is part of a landscape that is always in motion. If the cliff were made of glass, it would shatter under the first heavy storm, but because it is made of stone and earth, it can endure and it can transform with a quiet, rugged grace. Our ego is the glass cliff, trying to stay the same in a world that is always changing, while our true nature is the stone, able to be shaped by life without ever losing its essential strength. Every challenge we face is like a wave, washing away a little bit of our self-importance and our pride, revealing the solid and the beautiful truth that lies beneath the surface. There was a story of a young monk who was very concerned about his future, always worrying about what would happen to him when he became old and when he would no longer be able to serve his temple. He asked a wise teacher for a way to secure his happiness, hoping for a promise of safety or a guarantee that his life would always be easy and would always be peaceful. The teacher led him to a garden where a single, delicate flower was blooming in the middle of a pile of hard, gray stones that had been forgotten by the gardener. He said that the flower was happy because it didn't know anything about the future, and it didn't have a plan for how to stay beautiful or how to survive the coming winter. It just bloomed, giving its fragrance and its color to the air with a total and a perfect abandon, trusting the sun and the soil to provide exactly what it needed in the now. He told the monk that his worry was like a heavy blanket that was covering his own light, and that if he wanted to be happy, he had to learn the art of blooming right where he was. The young man realized that his ego was the one who was afraid of the winter, while his heart was like the flower, ready to give everything away for the sake of the present moment. He started to focus on the small tasks of his daily life, the sweeping, the cooking, and the listening, and he found that the future took care of itself when he was fully present. This is the freedom of no self, the ability to trust in the process of life and to live with a heart that is open to whatever comes, knowing that we are always exactly where we belong. We don't need a guarantee of safety to be at peace, we only need the courage to be vulnerable and to be honest with ourselves and with the world around us. Think of a massive, ancient tree that stands in the middle of a field, providing shade for the cows, a home for the birds, and beauty for the travelers who pass by on the dusty road. The tree does not ask for anything in return for its services, and it does not feel proud that it is so large and so strong, it just grows and stays rooted in the earth. It loses its leaves in the autumn, stays bare in the winter, and grows new buds in the spring, moving through the cycles of life without any complaint and without any resistance. If a branch is broken by the wind, the tree does not weep for its loss, it simply heals the wound and continues to grow toward the light of the sun with a quiet, patient endurance. A heart that understands the nature of emptiness is like that tree, a source of shelter and strength for others that does not depend on being recognized or being thanked. We can be the shade for someone's sorrow, the home for someone's hope, and the beauty for someone's lonely eyes, simply by being who we are without any ego. There was a story of a great king who wanted to find the most beautiful song in the world, so he offered a huge reward to anyone who could sing a melody that would touch his soul. Many famous singers came to the palace, with their voices trained to perfection and their songs filled with clever words and complicated rhythms that impressed the crowd. But the king remained unmoved, feeling that their songs were like beautiful shells that had no life inside them, and that they were only singing for the reward and for the fame. Finally, a young shepherd boy who had never been to the city came to the palace, carrying nothing but a simple wooden flute that he had carved from a branch of a willow tree. He played a melody that was so simple and so clear that it sounded like the wind in the grass and the water in the stream, with no ego and no desire to be anything special. The king wept when he heard the music, for he felt that the shepherd was not playing a song, but was sharing the very heartbeat of the world with a pure and an open heart. He realized that the beauty was not in the skill of the singer, but in the selflessness of the performance, and he gave the reward to the boy with a heart that was finally at peace. We can all be like that shepherd boy, making our lives a simple and a beautiful melody that brings comfort and joy to everyone who hears it in the quiet hours of the day. Our ego is the trained singer, always looking for the applause, while our true nature is the flute, happy to be the channel for a music that is much older than we are. When we let go of the need to be impressive, we become truly resonant, and our presence becomes a gift that the world is always ready and always longing to receive. There is a beautiful story about a man who was walking along the shore and saw thousands of small fish that had been trapped in the puddles by the receding tide. He knew that as the sun rose higher, the water would evaporate and the fish would die, so he began to pick them up and carry them back to the cool, life-giving ocean. A passerby laughed at him and said that there were too many fish and that his small efforts would not make a bit of difference to the vastness of the sea or the cycle of life. The man picked up another tiny fish, walked to the edge of the waves, and let it go, saying that it made a difference to that one, and that was enough for his heart. He was not trying to save the world, and he was not looking for a reward. He was just responding to the need he saw in front of him with a selfless and a kind hand. This is the way of the heart in action, doing the small things with great love and without any thought of the bigger picture or the future consequences of our work. We don't need to be a great hero to be selfless, we only need to be awake to the opportunities for kindness that are hidden in the corners of our own daily lives. Every time we listen with a whole heart, every time we offer a patient word, and every time we share what we have with someone in need, we are throwing a fish back into the ocean. These small miracles are what keep the world turning and what keep the light of hope burning in the middle of the dark and the confusing times we all face. When we live in this way, we find that our lives are no longer a burden, but a beautiful and a meaningful gift that we are privileged to share with all of existence. There was once a wise teacher who said that the ego is like a shadow that follows us wherever we go, but it only has power over us as long as we believe it is real. If we walk toward the sun, the shadow stays behind us, and if the sun is directly overhead, the shadow disappears into the soles of our feet and is no more in the bright light. The sun is the light of wisdom and the light of love, and when we focus our whole being on these things, the self simply vanishes into the warmth of the morning. We are no longer haunted by the mistakes of the past or worried about the uncertainties of the future, for we are standing in the middle of a day that has no end. This is the peace of selflessness, a peace that is as steady as the mountain and as bright as the morning air in a high and hidden valley where the flowers bloom in silence. May you always have the courage to walk toward the light, and may your shadow be small and your heart be wide as you travel on your own unique and sacred journey. For you are the light, you are the peace, and you are the love that this world is waiting for with an open and a longing heart that knows no boundaries. And as we move together toward the next part of our shared and beautiful story, let us remember that every step is a step home, and that home is exactly where we are. We are not alone, we are never separate, and we are always held in the arms of a universe that loves us more than we can ever know or ever imagine in our dreams. So let us be at peace, let us be in love, and let us be the selfless light that warms the world and brings all hearts back to the truth of their own eternal soul. This is the message of the wind, the song of the stars, and the heartbeat of the earth that is always calling us to wake up and to see the beauty of the present moment. Listen with your whole being, and you will hear the answer to every question and the cure for every pain that you have ever carried in your tired and heavy heart. For you are the answer, you are the cure, and you are the love that makes everything possible and everything beautiful in this magnificent and changing life. Welcome home, my friends, to the heart of the universe, and to the infinite and the eternal peace of your own selfless and radiant and beautiful being. There was a story about a young child who was playing with a ball and accidentally threw it into a deep, dark hole in the ground, causing her to cry with absolute despair. She thought her toy was gone forever, and she felt that her whole world had been ruined by a single moment of carelessness and a single mistake of her small hands. But then a wise old grandfather came by, took a small mirror from his pocket, and used it to reflect the bright sunlight into the dark and hidden depths of the hole. The light illuminated the bottom, and the child saw that the ball was right there, and that the hole was not as deep or as scary as she had feared in her mind. With a long stick and a little bit of patience, they were able to fish the ball out, and the child was soon playing again with a happy and a grateful heart. The hole is our confusion, the ball is our peace, and the mirror of the grandfather is the wisdom of the teachings that shine a light into the dark corners of our souls. When we think we have lost our way or our joy, we just need a little bit of light to see that the truth is still right there, waiting for us to find it in the quiet. We don't need to be afraid of the dark, for the light of our true nature is always with us, ready to show us the way back to the surface and to the sun of the morning. Every problem we face is like that hole, it seems big and it seems scary when we look at it from the outside, but with a little wisdom, we can see through the illusion. The ego wants to stay in the dark and cry over its losses, but the heart wants to find the light and play in the garden of the world with all its friends. Let us choose the light, let us choose the mirror, and let us help each other to find the peace and the joy that are our true and our eternal birthright in this life. This is the work of a lifetime, but it is the only work that truly matters, for it is the work that leads us back to the heart of who we really are. And as we walk this path together, let us be patient with ourselves and with each other, for we are all learning how to use the mirror and how to find the light in the dark. There is no rush, and there is no race, for the destination is already here, and the journey is just the beautiful process of discovering the truth for ourselves. So let us enjoy the walk, the light, and the company of our fellow travelers, as we move together toward the heart of the great and the beautiful mystery of existence. Every step is a blessing, every breath is a miracle, and every heart is a holy place where the light of the truth is always shining if we only have the eyes to see. And as we look at each other with eyes of love and wisdom, we see that there is no separate self, only the one light reflected in 1,000 different and beautiful mirrors. This is the beauty of the selfless heart, a beauty that is as old as the stars and as fresh as the morning dew on a new and vibrant flower in the garden. It is the truth of selflessness, the truth of the one, and the truth of the love that will never, ever end in this magnificent and eternal dance of life and of light. So let us live in that truth, let us be that love, and let us share that light with the entire world, for that is our true and our eternal destiny in this beautiful world. The story continues, as it always does, but the heart is at peace, for it has found its home and its true and final refuge in the silence and the space of pure being. Welcome to the heart of the universe, and to the beautiful and the eternal song of your own selfless and radiant and beautiful soul that has no end and no beginning. May the peace that you find here be with you always, and may the love that you share here warm the hearts of everyone you meet on your wonderful and sacred journey. For you are the light, you are the peace, and you are the one who is making the world a more beautiful and a more loving place, one breath and one heart at a time. Keep going, keep growing, and keep shining your light, for the world needs you now more than ever, in all your beautiful and your selfless and your radiant glory. And as we finish this part of our journey together, let us remember that the real journey is just beginning, in every new and precious moment of our wonderful lives. With an open heart and a quiet mind, let us step into the future with confidence and with grace, knowing that we are always exactly where we need to be in the light. For there is no self to be lost, only the infinite and the eternal beauty of being to be found and to be shared with all of life in this magnificent and sacred dance. This is the way of the heart, the way of wisdom, and the way that leads us all back to the source of our true and our eternal happiness and our peace. And so it is, in the silence, in the space, and in the love that knows no boundaries and no end in this magnificent and eternal dance of life that we all share. Think for a moment about a massive cloud that floats across the sky on a summer afternoon, changing its shape and its color as it moves with the invisible wind. One moment it looks like a dragon, the next like a mountain, and then it dissolves into a thin veil of mist that lets the sunlight shine through to the green earth. The cloud does not try to hold on to its shape, and it does not feel sad when it disappears, for it knows that it is made of water that will eventually fall as rain. The rain will nourish the trees, fill the rivers, and return to the ocean, only to be lifted back into the sky by the sun to become a cloud once again in the future. Our ego is like the shape of the dragon or the mountain, a temporary and a passing appearance that we take so seriously and that we try so hard to protect from the wind. But our true nature is the water, a substance that is always changing but never lost, always moving but always at home in the cycle of the entire universe. When we realize that we are the water and not just the cloud, we stop fearing the wind and the sun, and we begin to enjoy the beauty of our own transformation. We can be a dragon for a while, we can be a mountain, and we can be the mist, knowing that each form is a gift and each change is a part of the great and the holy dance. There was once a wise woman who lived in a small hut on the edge of a village, and she was known for her ability to heal the broken hearts of anyone who came to her door. A young man came to her, weeping for the loss of his reputation and his wealth, feeling that his life was over because the world no longer looked at him with respect and with envy. The woman took a bowl of water and placed it on the table, then she took a handful of salt and stirred it into the water until it had completely disappeared from sight. She asked the young man to taste the water, and he said that it was salty and bitter, and that he could no longer drink it to quench his thirst or to find his peace. Then she took the same amount of salt and threw it into a large, deep lake that was nearby, and she asked the young man to taste the water from the edge of the lake. He said that the water was fresh and sweet, and that he could not taste the salt at all, even though it was still there in the middle of the vast and the blue water. She told him that his suffering was the salt, and his ego was the small bowl, and that if he wanted to find peace, he had to make his heart as large and as deep as the lake. When the heart is small, every little insult and every little loss tastes bitter and stays with us, but when the heart is wide, everything dissolves into the vastness of our love. The young man realized that his ego was the bowl that was keeping his heart small and his life bitter, and he began to practice the art of expanding his soul to include the whole world. He found that as his heart grew, his problems became smaller, and the salt of his sorrow turned into the sweetness of his compassion for all living beings who were also in pain. We are all carrying bowls of salt, and we often spend our lives trying to get rid of the salt rather than trying to make the container larger and more welcoming. But the salt is a part of life, and the only way to handle it is to stay open, to stay deep, and to stay connected to the infinite and the eternal spring of our own being. By practicing no self, we are essentially throwing our salt into the ocean, allowing it to be transformed and to be carried away by the tides of the Spirit and the grace of the light. There is a beautiful lightness in being a lake rather than a bowl, a freedom that allows us to receive everything and to hold nothing, like the sky that holds the stars and the clouds. This is the secret of the selfless heart, a secret that brings a peace that is beyond all words and a joy that is as deep as the sea and as bright as the morning sun. May you always find the courage to expand your heart, and may your life be a lake of sweetness and light for everyone who comes to your door and to your soul. For you are the lake, you are the water, and you are the one who is bringing peace and healing to a world that is so often bitter and so often thirsty for the truth. And as we continue our journey, let us remember that the salt is just a part of the dance, and that the sweetness is always there, waiting for us to find it in the quiet. Every breath is a chance to expand, every heartbeat is a chance to dissolve, and every moment is a chance to be the vast and the beautiful ocean of your own true self. This is the way of wisdom, the way of love, and the way that leads us all back to the heart of the universe and to the peace that has no end and no beginning. Think about the invisible wind that travels across the face of the earth, having no shape of its own, no color to show, and no voice until it touches the leaves of a tall tree or the strings of a forgotten harp. The wind does not say, "I am the one making this sound," nor does it try to hold on to the rustle of the oak or the whistle of the canyon. It simply passes through, leaving everything as it found it, yet changed by the brief and gentle contact. Our presence in this world can be like that wind, a force of nature that brings life, movement, and music to everything we touch, without ever needing to claim a solid form for ourselves or a permanent seat at the table of recognition. When we stop trying to be a solid object that the world must avoid or bow to, we find that we can flow through the smallest cracks of difficulty and over the highest mountains of challenge with a lightness that is truly miraculous. There was a story of a master potter who was famous for creating the thinnest, most delicate porcelain bowls that were so light they almost seemed to float in the palms of those who held them with trembling hands. He was asked how he could make something so fragile and yet so strong, and he replied that he did not focus on the clay, but on the space that the clay was meant to embrace and to protect for the sake of the user. He said that a bowl that is too thick is full of itself, leaving no room for the tea, while a bowl that is made with the awareness of its own emptiness becomes a vessel for the warmth and the fragrance of the entire garden. The potter had realized that his own life was like that porcelain, a temporary and a beautiful boundary that existed only to give a shape to the vast and the infinite space of the spirit that lived within him. When he worked, he did not feel like a master, he felt like a servant of the emptiness, and his hands moved with a precision that came from a heart that was no longer trying to impress the world or to make a name for its own vanity. We are all vessels made of the clay of our experiences, and we often spend our lives decorating the outside of our bowls, hoping that others will see our patterns and our colors and think that we are valuable and that we are special. But the true value of our life is not in the decoration, but in the quality of the space we carry inside, a space that can hold the sorrows and the joys of others without ever becoming full and without ever breaking under the weight of the world. A heart that is empty of ego is a heart that is full of capacity, a heart that can receive the entire universe and still have room for a single, fallen leaf or a small, quiet tear from a friend who is lost in the dark. There was a story of a young monk who was very frustrated because he could not stop his mind from thinking about his past mistakes and his future worries, feeling that his self was a noisy neighbor who would never go away and would never leave him in peace. He went to a wise teacher who was sitting by a small, stone well, and the teacher asked him to look deep into the water and tell him what he saw reflected in the dark and the still mirror of the depths. The monk said he saw his own face, but it was distorted by the ripples he had made when he leaned over the edge, and he felt that he was looking at a stranger who was as troubled and as confused as he was in his own mind. The teacher took a small pebble and dropped it into the well, and as the circle spread and the reflection vanished into the moving water, he told the monk that the ripples were his thoughts and the water was his true nature. He said that the monk was so busy looking at the ripples that he had forgotten the water, which was deep, clear, and perfectly still beneath the surface, regardless of what was happening on the top or what was falling into it from the sky. The monk stayed by the well for many days, and as he learned to look past the ripples of his ego, he found a peace that was so deep and so vast that the noisy neighbor of his self eventually became a quiet and a harmless shadow. He realized that he did not need to kill the ego or to fight the thoughts, he just had to stop identifying with the movement and start identifying with the stillness that was holding the movement in its gentle and its eternal arms. This is the secret of the selfless path, to be the water and not the ripple, to be the sky and not the cloud, and to be the silence and not the sound that is born from it and returns to it in the end. Imagine a large, old-fashioned clock with many gears and many wheels turning together to move the hands and to tell the time for the people who look at it as they rush by on their way to their busy and important lives. The smallest gear might feel that it is unimportant, while the largest gear might feel that it is the leader of the whole machine, yet if any one of them stops, the entire clock becomes a silent and a useless piece of cold, dead metal. The clock does not belong to the gears, and the time does not belong to the hands, they are all part of a single, unified expression of movement that exists to serve a purpose that is much larger than any of its individual parts. Our lives are like the gears of that clock, interconnected and interdependent in ways that we can barely see and that we can never fully understand with our small and our limited minds that are so focused on our own survival. When we live from the ego, we are like a gear that tries to turn in its own direction or at its own speed, creating friction, heat, and eventually causing the whole machine to break down and to fail in its mission of peace. But when we live from a place of no self, we move in harmony with the great rhythm of the universe, doing our part without any pride and without any resistance, knowing that we are supported by the strength of the whole. There was a story of a traveler who was lost in a dense and a dark forest, and he was so afraid of the wild animals and the shadows that he began to build a high wall of thorns around himself to stay safe and to stay protected. He spent all his time gathering more thorns and making the wall higher and thicker, until he could no longer see the trees, the stars, or the path that led out of the forest and back to his home and his family. He was safe from the animals, but he was also a prisoner of his own fear, and he found that the thorns he had gathered to protect himself were now cutting into his own skin and making his life a constant and a painful struggle. A wise old man who was walking through the forest saw the man inside his wall and asked him why he was living in a cage of his own making, when the forest was full of fruit, clear water, and the light of the moon. The traveler said that he was protecting his life, but the old man told him that a life that is spent only on protection is not a life at all, but a slow and a lingering death in the middle of a beautiful and a vibrant world. He helped the traveler to tear down the wall of thorns, and as the barriers fell away, the man saw that the wild animals were not his enemies and that the shadows were only the absence of light and not a physical threat to his soul. He walked out of the forest with the old man, and he felt a freedom that was so deep and so powerful that he realized his ego was the wall of thorns, and that his true self was the path that was always there, waiting for him to walk upon it. We are all building walls of thorns around our hearts, thinking that our opinions, our defenses, and our identities will keep us safe from the pain and the uncertainty of the world and the people who live in it. But the walls only keep us lonely and only keep us small, and the true safety is found in the openness that allows us to be part of the forest, to move with the animals, and to be guided by the light of the eternal sun. By practicing selflessness, we are slowly removing the thorns from our hearts, and we find that the world is not a dangerous place that we must fight, but a beautiful and a sacred garden that we are privileged to tend and to enjoy. Think of a mother bird that spends all day flying back and forth to her nest, carrying food for her hungry chicks without ever thinking about her own tiredness or her own need for rest in the heat of the afternoon. She does not ask for a reward, she does not look for praise, and she does not feel that she is losing her identity by serving the lives of her little ones who depend on her for every breath and every bite. In her act of total and complete giving, she is more herself than she could ever be if she were sitting alone on a high branch, thinking only about her own feathers and her own song in the quiet and the empty forest. This is the mystery of the selfless heart, that the more we give away, the more we find, and the more we disappear into the service of others, the more we shine with a light that is truly our own and truly eternal. We often think that being a person means having a long list of attributes and a solid story to tell, but a true human being is more like a clear light that shows the beauty of everything it falls upon without ever needing to be seen itself. When we walk into a room and we are not thinking about how we look or what people think of us, we are able to see the needs of others and to offer the kindness and the support that the moment requires of our hearts. We become a presence that heals and a presence that comforts, not because we have special powers, but because we have removed the obstacle of our own self-importance and our own constant and noisy demands. There was a story of a master musician who was asked to play for a great king, and he was given the most expensive and the most beautiful instrument in the kingdom, made of rare wood and decorated with gold and precious jewels. The musician played with great skill, but the music felt cold and the sound felt empty, and the king was disappointed because he could not feel the soul of the melody or the warmth of the artist's heart in the performance. The musician realized that he was playing for the king and for the gold, and that his ego was so busy being a master that there was no room for the music to breathe and to move in the air of the grand and the silent hall. He went to a small village and played for a group of children on a simple flute made of a hollow reed, and as he forgot his name and his fame, the music became so beautiful that the birds stopped to listen and the clouds stayed still. He realized then that the instrument did not matter and the audience did not matter, the only thing that mattered was the disappearance of the player into the sound and the love of the melody as it happened in the now. Our lives are the flute, and our actions are the music, and if we can learn to play without the ego, we will find that our existence becomes a blessing to everyone who hears our song and everyone who sees our light. We don't need to be perfect, we don't need to be famous, and we don't need to have a golden life to be a source of beauty and a source of peace for the world and the people who are struggling in it. We only need to be empty, to be clear, and to be willing to let the breath of the universe move through us and create the song that the world so desperately needs to hear in these dark and these confusing times. There is a beautiful story about a man who was walking along the shore and saw thousands of small shells that had been washed up by the tide, each one unique and each one containing a small spark of the ocean's great and hidden mystery. He began to pick them up and listen to the sound of the sea inside each one, and he realized that the sound was the same in every shell, regardless of its shape, its color, or its size in the bright and the burning sun. He saw that the shells were many, but the ocean was one, and that the individual forms were just temporary homes for the vast and the infinite voice of the water that would eventually reclaim them and return them to the deep. He felt a deep sense of peace as he realized that he was also a shell, a small and a temporary form carrying the sound of the eternal ocean of the spirit within his own heart and his own soul in this life. He didn't need to be the biggest shell or the most beautiful shell, he just needed to be a clear vessel for the sound, and in that recognition, his pride and his fear vanished like the mist on a morning beach. We are all shells on the shore of time, and the ego is the belief that our shape is who we are and that our color is what makes us valuable and what makes us real in the eyes of the world. But the truth is in the sound, the quiet and the steady pulse of the divine that is beating in every heart and that is flowing through every life without any end and without any beginning. When we listen to the sound of the ocean in others, we stop judging their shapes and we stop fearing their differences, for we know that we are all carrying the same music and we are all moving toward the same sea. This is the foundation of true compassion, a compassion that does not depend on liking someone or on agreeing with them, but on the simple and the profound recognition of our shared and our sacred nature. By practicing no self, we are essentially learning how to listen more deeply, until the noise of our own ego fades away and we can hear the symphony of existence that is playing in every moment and in every place. There was once a wise teacher who said that the ego is like a suit of armor that we put on to protect ourselves from the arrows of the world, but we forget to take it off and it eventually becomes so heavy that we can no longer move or breathe. The armor keeps out the pain, but it also keeps out the warmth of the sun, the touch of a friend, and the beauty of the flowers that are growing in the field where we stand in our cold and our heavy metal. Wisdom is the courage to take off the armor, to be vulnerable, and to realize that our true strength is not in our defenses, but in our ability to be touched and to be moved by the life that is all around us. When we have no armor, the arrows of insults and the stones of failure pass right through us without ever finding a target to hit or a person to hurt, for there is no solid ego to receive the blow. We become like the air, which cannot be broken, and like the light, which cannot be stained, and we find a peace that is so resilient and so powerful that it can never be taken away by any circumstance or any person. This is the ultimate freedom, the freedom of being nobody, which is the only way to truly be somebody who can love, who can serve, and who can live with a heart that is as wide as the universe and as deep as the sea. May you always find the strength to be light, the wisdom to be empty, and the love to be part of the whole, as you travel on your own unique and your own sacred journey through the seasons of your life. For you are the wind, you are the water, and you are the music that the world is waiting to hear, and you are the love that is already and always dwelling in the center of your own selfless and your own radiant heart. And as we move together toward the final realization of our shared story, let us remember that the end is only a new beginning, and that the light we share is a light that will never, ever go out of the world. We are not alone, we are not separate, and we are not small, we are the infinite experiencing itself through the beautiful and the temporary lens of our own human lives and our own human hearts. So let us be at peace, let us be in joy, and let us be the selfless light that warms the world and brings all beings back to the truth of their own eternal and their own sacred nature. This is the message of the silence, the song of the heart, and the heartbeat of the earth that is always calling us to wake up and to see the beauty of the now in everything and in everyone we meet. Listen with your whole being, and you will hear the answer to every question and the cure for every pain that you have ever carried in your tired and your heavy and your searching heart. For you are the answer, you are the cure, and you are the love that makes everything possible and everything beautiful in this magnificent and this changing and this wonderful life that we all share. There was a story of a young child who was playing in the sand and built a magnificent castle with towers, walls, and a deep moat that he filled with water from the cool and the life-giving ocean nearby. He was so proud of his work, and he defended it from the other children, making sure that no one stepped on his towers or broke his walls in their own play and their own excitement. But as the sun began to set, the tide started to come in, and the first wave washed away the moat and began to soften the foundations of his beautiful and his strong castle. The child didn't cry and he didn't try to fight the ocean, he just stood up and laughed as the water turned his castle back into the smooth and the golden sand of the beach where he had been playing all day. He knew that the castle was only a temporary shape and that the sand was the real thing, and that he could always build another castle tomorrow or simply enjoy the feeling of the water on his tired and his happy feet. Our ego is that sandcastle, a beautiful and a temporary structure that we build with our thoughts and our desires, and the ocean is the truth of change that is always coming to reclaim us and to return us to our source. We can spend our lives fighting the tide, or we can be like the child, enjoying the building for a while and then letting it go with a smile when the time comes to return to the silence and the space of the deep. The sand is always there, the ocean is always there, and the joy of the play is always there, even when the specific shapes we have created are gone and are forgotten by the world and the wind. So let us be at peace with the waves, let us be in love with the sand, and let us be the selfless heart that knows that everything is exactly as it should be in this magnificent and this sacred dance of life. Every breath is a reminder of our connection, every heartbeat is a call to awaken, and every moment is an opportunity to be the love that we truly and fundamentally are in the light of the eternal and the infinite spirit. Welcome home, my friends, to the heart of the universe, and to the beautiful and the eternal song of your own selfless and your own radiant and your own wonderful soul that has no end and no beginning. Imagine a vast, ancient mirror that has stood in the center of a bustling city for 1,000 years, reflecting the faces of kings and beggars, the bloom of spring flowers and the gray descent of winter snow without ever becoming any of those things. The mirror does not hold on to the image of the beautiful queen, nor does it feel disgusted by the sight of the muddy street, it simply provides the space for everything to appear and disappear in its own perfect time. If the mirror were to think that it was the beautiful queen, it would suffer when she walked away, and if it thought it was the muddy street, it would feel low and worthless beneath the heavy boots of the travelers. Our awareness is that ancient mirror, and the ego is the mistaken belief that we are one of the passing reflections, a specific shape or a certain feeling that we try to grab and keep within the frame of our limited life. When we realize that we are the mirror and not the image, we find a freedom that is so deep and so quiet that no storm in the world can ever shake the foundation of our eternal peace. There was once a young man who sought the secret of immortality, traveling to the highest peaks of the Himalayas to find a legendary sage who was said to have lived for centuries in a cave of ice. The young man expected to find a powerful giant with a voice like thunder, but instead, he found a small, frail old man who was laughing at the way the sunlight danced on the frozen walls of his humble home. The young man asked for the secret to living forever, and the sage handed him a small, clear ice cube, telling him to hold it in his warm hand until it was completely gone. As the ice melted into water and then evaporated into the thin mountain air, the sage asked the young man where the ice cube had gone and if it had truly died when it lost its solid shape. The seeker realized that the ice was just a temporary condition of the water, and the water was just a temporary condition of the mist, and that nothing was ever truly lost in the great cycle of the universe. The sage told him that his ego was the ice cube, a cold and rigid form that was terrified of melting, while his true nature was the vast and invisible air that could never be broken or buried. To find immortality, he did not need to keep the ice from melting, he needed to realize that he was already the water, the mist, and the sky that held them all in a gentle and a timeless embrace. The young man returned to the valley, no longer afraid of growing old or being forgotten, for he saw his own face in the rushing rivers and felt his own breath in the wind that moved the tall pines. We often spend so much energy trying to stay frozen in our current roles, our current beauty, and our current success, forgetting that the melting is actually the way we return to our true and infinite power. By letting go of the solid I, we become fluid, adaptable, and capable of flowing into any heart and any situation with a grace that is both soft and invincible at the same time. Think of a grand symphony being played in a great hall, where hundreds of instruments are weaving a complex and a beautiful tapestry of sound that rises and falls like the waves of a summer sea. Each note is precious, but if a single note tried to last forever, it would become a piercing noise that would ruin the harmony and destroy the beauty of the entire piece of music. The beauty of the note is in its willingness to die, to make room for the next sound to arise and to play its part in the unfolding story of the song that is being shared with the world. Our lives are those notes, and the ego is the part of us that wants to hold the note too long, fearing the silence that comes before the next beautiful melody begins to play. When we accept the silence as much as the sound, we become part of the great symphony of existence, moving in harmony with the stars, the seasons, and the quiet rhythm of our own breathing. There was a story of a master calligrapher who was asked to write a single word on a large silk screen for the emperor, a word that would represent the essence of his long and legendary reign. The artist took a large brush, dipped it in the darkest ink, and with a single, swift motion, he drew a circle that was so perfect and so full of life that it seemed to vibrate on the surface of the silk. The emperor asked why a simple circle was the most important word, and the artist replied that the circle is both empty and full, having no beginning and no end, just like the heart of a true leader. Inside the circle is the space where all things happen, and the line is just the boundary that allows us to see the emptiness, reminding us that the void is the source of all our strength and all our wisdom. The artist had no ego in his brush, no desire to show off his skill, and no fear of making a mistake. He simply let the ink flow through him as if he were a hollow reed in the hand of the wind. We are that circle, a boundary of flesh and bone that holds the infinite space of the spirit, and our life is the stroke of the brush that gives a shape to the invisible light of our true and eternal nature. When we focus too much on the line, we feel limited and small, but when we focus on the space, we find that we are as wide as the universe and as deep as the mystery of the night sky. There was a traveler who arrived at the gates of a hidden city and was told that he could only enter if he could leave his name, his history, and his pride at the door. He struggled for many hours, trying to figure out how he could be himself without his name, until he saw a small child running through the gates, laughing and playing without a single thought of who he was. The traveler realized that his name was just a label, a heavy coat that he had been wearing for so long that he had forgotten the feeling of the sun on his own skin. He dropped his coat, stepped into the city, and found that he was not a stranger, but a brother to everyone he met, for they were all living in the light of their own nameless and beautiful being. Our ego is that heavy coat, decorated with the medals of our achievements and the stains of our failures, making us feel separate and making us feel that we have to protect our reputation. But beneath the coat, we are all the same, a pure and a radiant light that is looking for connection, for understanding, and for the simple joy of being alive in this wonderful world. By practicing no self, we are essentially learning how to walk through the world without our coats, being vulnerable and being honest in a way that allows others to do the same. This is how we build a world of peace, not through laws and through walls, but through the courage to be nobody, which is the only way to truly be a friend to everyone. Think of a massive tree that has been hollowed out by time and by the elements, yet it still stands tall and still grows green leaves every spring, providing a home for the owls and the bees. The tree is strong not because it is solid, but because it has learned to let go of its core, allowing the life force to move through its outer layers with a flexibility that a solid trunk could never have. If the tree had clung to its center, the rot would have killed it long ago, but by becoming empty, it has survived the storms and the fires of 100 years. Our ego is that solid center, the part of us that gets hard and gets brittle with age, making us susceptible to the winds of change and the fires of our own anger and our own greed. When we hollow out our ego through the practice of compassion and through the study of the truth, we become like that ancient tree, resilient, welcoming, and full of a life that is not our own. There was a story of a young monk who was asked to clean the temple garden, and he worked with such intensity and such focus that he removed every single dead leaf and every single stone. The garden looked perfect, like a painting with no flaws, but his teacher looked at it and shook his head, saying that the garden was missing the very soul of the forest and the heart of the earth. The teacher walked over to a tree, gave it a gentle shake, and let a few yellow leaves fall onto the clean, gray stones, creating a pattern that was spontaneous and that was beautiful. He said that the perfection of the ego is a dead thing, but the perfection of nature is always a little bit messy, always a little bit changing, and always a little bit surprising to the eye. The young monk realized that his need for total control was a wall that was keeping the beauty of the world away, and he learned to appreciate the leaves that fell and the weeds that grew. We are often like that monk, trying to make our lives look perfect, trying to hide our flaws and our mistakes from the eyes of the world, thinking that this is the only way to be happy. But the beauty of our life is in the falling leaves, in the scars we carry, and in the way we handle the unexpected turns of our journey with a heart that is open and a mind that is still. By letting go of the perfect self, we find the real self, a self that is not afraid to be seen as it is, with all its light and all its shadows dancing together in the sun. Imagine you are a sailor on a small boat in the middle of a vast and a deep ocean, with no land in sight and only the stars to guide you through the long and the silent night. You might feel small and you might feel lost, but if you look down at the water, you see that the ocean is holding your boat with a strength that is ancient and a power that is absolute. You are not fighting the ocean, you are being carried by it, and your only job is to stay awake, to adjust the sails, and to trust that the water knows the way to the shore. The ego is the part of the sailor that wants to be the ocean, trying to control the waves and the wind, while the heart is the part that is happy to be the guest of the great blue deep. When we realize that we are the guest of the universe, we stop worrying about our destination and start enjoying the movement of the boat and the sparkle of the light on the waves. Every breath is a wave, every heartbeat is a tide, and every moment is a chance to realize that we are never alone, for the entire ocean of existence is right there beneath us. There was once a wise man who said that the ego is like a piece of salt that tries to measure the depth of the sea, and as soon as it touches the water, it dissolves and becomes the sea itself. The salt does not lose its saltiness, it just loses its boundaries, and in its disappearance, it finds the answer to its question and the end to its long and its lonely search. We are that piece of salt, searching for the meaning of life, and the answer is not something we can find and hold, but something we can only become by letting go of our own small and solid form. This is the great rest, the final homecoming, where the seeker and the sought become one, and where the silence of the heart is the only language that can speak the truth. As we walk through the final stages of our journey today, let us hold the vision of a heart that is like a wide, open field, where every bird can land and every flower can bloom without fear. Let us be the light that shows the way, the warmth that heals the cold, and the peace that passeth all understanding in a world that is so often confused and so often in pain. We have talked about the flute, the mirror, the tree, and the ocean, all pointers to the same simple and beautiful truth, that you are more than you think, and less than you fear. You are the space where the story happens, the silence between the words, and the love that remains when everything else has been washed away by the tide of time. So do not cling to the name, do not cling to the form, and do not cling to the ideas that keep you small and that keep you separate from the rest of the living world. Step out into the morning air, breathe in the fragrance of the new day, and let your heart be as wide as the horizon, for that is your true and your eternal home. You are the light, you are the peace, and you are the selfless heart that is beating for every one of us, now and forever, in this magnificent and this sacred dance of life. May the wisdom of no self be your constant companion, and may the love of the universe be the wind that carries you safely to the shores of your own true and eternal awakening. Walk in peace, live in joy, and be the light that you have always been, for the world is waiting for your smile and the universe is singing your name in the quiet hours of the soul. Everything is exactly as it should be, and you are exactly where you need to be, in the heart of the truth and in the arms of the infinite and the eternal light of pure being.